Are we live? We are. Good day, guys, and welcome back to your English Aussie. It is the Game Week 3 deadline stream, and isn't it fantastic? What a time. What a time to be alive. It's at a normal time of the day, 4:30 p.m. in Australia. Absolutely wonderful. Thank you all for tuning in, and this is my current team. I am on a free hit. Christian, DM my wildcard on X because my team has changed. Oh, yes. No worries, mate. I can pull those up. Let me just jump on. Send me on X. Why do I not see this? Oh, yeah, there you are. All right, let me pull it up, mate. So you're on wildcard this week, not on free hit? We talked through this, did we? Wildcard for me is wild. I haven't really thought about that too much because I was mostly recommending to people that they should be free hitting this week. But if you have you already played your wildcard, or you are still just thinking about using it? Because if you haven't already played it, I strongly suggest you free hit in 3 and then wildcard in 4 with a little bit more info. It's already done? Okay, fair enough. All right, well, let's talk through then. If I'm looking ahead to like who has the nice fixtures, I think you're covering like quite a few of the nice fixture runs. So defense, Guay, I think Palace do have some really nice fixtures coming up. Obviously, Sunderland and West Ham, sandwiched Liverpool in between, then Everton, Bournemouth. You got Arsenal, and then Palace just continue to have good fixtures. So I think both Lacroix and Guay are nice. Obviously, the risk of Guay still leaving in that transfer deadline is probably one of the things that you just have to be careful of. So if you prefer to maybe go for a Richards instead of a Guay at that 4.5 mil, just to give yourself a little bit more certainty that like he's going to be available. Because if he moves to Liverpool, you go in 4.5 mil. Yeah, but I also think if he moves to Liverpool, there's no guarantee that he's going to be starting every game over Konate and Van Dijk. I think they're quite settled at that CB role. So he's going to be out of the team for a little bit. He'll probably drop to 4.4 because he's not playing. So, I mean, that's also a consideration that you could always just transfer him in if he moves to Liverpool. Dan Burn at Newcastle, nice for the next couple, like Leeds, Wolves, Bournemouth, and you got Arsenal, Forest. I think the Newcastle fixtures are relatively nice. Spurs fixtures fantastic, so I like Pedro Porro, and then Cucurella as well, I think is nice. Rob Light, Gray's not leaving with the World Cup next year, especially when he's a first-team starter. Yeah, I think I'm sort of on board with that. I kind of agree, but unless he's getting guaranteed by Liverpool that he's going to start, I can't see him moving either. Konate's been shit and won't sign a contract. I think Konate might re-sign a contract. I think Konate is a good defender. Media overhype about poor defense. Like, yeah, he's made a couple of mistakes, but I think Konate is a good defender. Into the midfield, Cunha, Barnes, Anderson, Reinders, and Gakpo. Yeah, I love Gakpo pick. I think that's superb. I also like Ekitike as a pick. I know that's like it's a bit tough for you on a wild card, given that there's potential that Isak comes in. But I don't know. I like Ekitike as a pick regardless, to be honest. But maybe it's too much risk for you on a wild card to go both Gakpo and Ekitike when you know that their minutes are going to be a bit of a risk. Yo, Ryan, what's up, mate? Thoughts on captaining Cunha? We'll come back to that question, mate. I've switched today my team from my captaincy being on Cunha to Haaland. Have the cash to go there and have 2 transfers. Oh, so as in like in future you can move based off whether like what happens in the transfer window. You got the 2 transfers to move up to him. Okay, that's nice. Cunha, Barnes, Anderson in the mid. I like Cunha this week. So my fear with Cunha, right, and it's only a small fear for me, I think the hype's like very much over sensationalised about Man United v Grimsby. Like they brought on their full team in the second half, 1-2-0, and took it to pens. Like it's no biggie. Like all right, they lost to Grimsby because they played a stupid team in the first half, and Onana is trash. But apart from that, I just think Amorim just lost the plot after the game. I don't know what his press conference was about. Like I would have just been like, yeah, I made a mistake and I picked a rubbish team for the first half. I think United have looked really good this season. So I like Cunha, but he did play 120 minutes or for the full game against Grimsby. And then like obviously Sesko got the start. So I kind of feel like it might be a Cunha and Bumo Sesko up top for United. And today, although in my free hit team I've also got Cunha and Fernandes, I have been leaning a little bit towards Mbumo. What's up, Foggy? How are you, mate? Cunha has the X factor and can do it in any game. Yeah, I think the thing with Cunha as well is I think he's got the ability to get goals and assists. Like it's not just goals that he's going to live by. I think he can do both. Which I think from Mbumo's perspective, I reckon he's like a lot more like goals focused than assist. But yeah, just a consideration that Cunha played the full game against Grimsby. Very small chance, in my opinion, that he doesn't start. But do we think Cunha maybe minute 3? Yeah, I mean, I think small, but enough for me to not have my captaincy on him. Hey Derek, what's up, mate? How are ya? Was that 90 minutes? Yeah, I always get that wrong. Which cup is the 90 minutes in pens? But yeah, full game and pens. So I think he'll be fine. I just think something to consider. I think if you're comfortable with Cunha, then it's a nice pick. I think Fernandes is nice. I think Mbumo is nice. I think between the three of those United players, you could go for either and all of them. Brycey, what's up, mate? Luca, what's good, boys? Good to see you guys in the chat. Harvey Barnes for me for Newcastle. I'd definitely go for Elanga over Barnes. Whether or not that's a money thing for you. Early stream for the win. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. 4:30. Beautiful. Best stream ever. I'm going to be living my best life today. Kaya, what's up? Welcome back to the channel. I think I think I saw you last week, Kaya. Good to have you back. You got in Kudus for Palmer, considering rolling second free transfer. Could bring in Wood for Creepy Jr. Then I would bench Verts, but I'm leaning towards keeping 2 free transfers game week 4. I'd bring in Wood and bench Verts, to be honest. I think I would. Hey Bernie, what's going on, mate? Good to see ya. Yeah, so I'd probably go Elanga over Barnes for me. I think long term. Hey Brycey, the upgrade. You got to send me your WhatsApp number, mate, so I can add you to the group chat. Legend, absolute legend. You like watching Barnes for more a short term pick anyway. Ethan, what's up, mate? How are you? Yeah, look, personally, I think Elanga's a better pick. I think they're both going to start. Obviously, like Newcastle don't have like any main. It could be. I think Elanga might start up top this week. I'm not convinced that Asula's going to start up top for Newcastle. Wood is the FPL GOAT. That's right, he is the FPL GOAT. Yeah, Anderson I like. Nottingham Forest obviously got his call up to the England squad. Good on him. Well deserved. He's been playing really great for Nottingham Forest. Haaland captain, similar to what I've got. João Pedro Wood. Like I can't say much about that. The only other person I would say to consider, again, is probably just a Richarlison at Spurs. Like I think he is the main number 9. I think he's going to continue being the main number 9. I think he's going to have the same sort of minutes as João Pedro. So for me, it's between those two. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on your team, Christian, mate. What about Shart on pens worth the extra 0.5? Probably unlikely to be on pens. Did that just say... Robert Light, my guy. Thank you so much. What a legend. Welcome to membership, mate. Welcome to the dream team. To the dream team. Great start to the stream. Absolute legend. How's things, Rob, mate? What's been going on? Have you got a team to... Have you got a team ID or something that you want to pull up? Yeah, I think Shah's probably not going to be penalties. To be honest, I actually think Elanga might be on penalties. Honestly, no Gordon. I've seen Shah take pen. I just don't know. I don't think he's going to be on pens. Plus, it's only going to be like 1 or 2 weeks. Then you're either going to have this 6'6" Musiala Messi signing that they've had, or Gordon's going to come back. So for me, I'd have Shah over Burns if I was on a free hit and I wanted to go for a Newcastle defender. But longer term, I think I prefer Burn for goal and assist threat, flick-ons from the long throws, corner. He's a target. He's also great at DEFCON. So Gordon with a moustache, mate. I was going to say that on this stream. I actually completely believe that. With Gordon out, Barnes is key for next 3, maybe. I prefer Elanga again, Derek. I think Elanga's a better pick in my opinion. Richarlison will start with more, but won't play more than 70, 75. Yeah, I think Richarlison, João Pedro is sort of the same for me. Like, if Palmer was back, João Pedro would again be 70, 75. I think now João Pedro probably gets 90 without Palmer this week because he probably picks up that midfield slot. Rob, my main team is in dire straits. I made a game week 3 to glory team as I wildcard into 3 Leeds United players because we beat Everton. Have you already played that wildcard team, Rob? Like I've been saying this week, like I really recommend trying to play the free hit this week and then just wildcarding in 4 when you've got the transfer windows closed, the international break's finished. You can get double price rises across that international break, and you just got another week of information to pick the nice players that you want. So if you haven't already clicked play on that wildcard, you played it straight away. I blame the beers, to be fair. Yeah, I was a bit hungover yesterday, so I wasn't replying to anybody on any socials at all. So, understandable, mate. I had to. Someone was asking me about their team, and I was like, look, I'll be honest, I need to sleep on this because whatever advice I give you right now is going to be heavily beers induced. Brycey, quick one. Entire week I've been. If you send me why don't you send me your wildcard team like as a DM on Twitter or Insta, and then I can pull it up and we can talk through it. Bryce, quick one. The entire week I've been in plotting selling Palmer and King for Elanga and Mbumo, convinced Newcastle will score 6+ and Elanga will perform well. I like Elanga. Obviously Newcastle have 2 good fixtures in a row. Leeds and Wolves and Bournemouth as well. All could be goals. I think Elanga is going to continue to start for them, regardless of whether he plays up front on the right wing. I'd expect him to be playing. Just bear in mind, once the Champions League starts, there is going to be a little bit of rotation. I think he's likely to then have a little bit of a minutes reduction, maybe share some minutes with Jacob Murphy. But for now, I think great pick. And you went Mbumo over Cunha. Yeah, so I think the Mbumo pick, for me, I think Mbumo, Cunha, Fernandes is all really close and hard to pick for me. I would say Cunha has the dual threat of being able to be a goal threat, assist threat, and potentially play a little bit higher if Sesko sort of comes off not fully fit to play the full 90, etc. So I think I'm just leaning to Cunha, but having watched that game against Grimsby, Mbumo does play a little bit higher, especially if Sesko's starting up top. And Mbumo is going to be probably a little bit higher than Cunha. Cunha might be a little bit more creative. So maybe Mbumo has that higher points potential. But I think between Mbumo, Cunha and Bruno, you can't, it's very hard to pick. And I think my gut says Cunha, but I couldn't push you against if you have a gut feel for Mbumo. I think that's also pretty decent. Christian, I don't get all the Palace and Villa picks I've been seeing. Game has 0-0 written all over it. Yeah, that was my prediction for this week, actually. 0-0 Palace v Villa. If I free hit, I would have lost all the team value I could have potentially gained in the game week 4 wild card. if you haven't clicked free hit, don't wildcard. Definitely free hit. You can gain tons of team value next week as well, and there's going to be lots of people to come in. Rate the free hit team if I confirm. Pickford, Shah, Cucurella, Milenkovic. Who I got mine on? Yeah, that's my free hit team. Fernandez, Cunha, Dango, Neto, Elanga, Haaland, Wood. Shah, are you missing one player there? Oh, you got 5 midfielders. Oh, you got... Wait, is that triple? No. Fernandez, Cunha, Dango, Neto, Elanga. Neto's an interesting pick. I'd potentially go Enzo Fernandez over Neto. But otherwise... Yeah, otherwise I like it. I think Wolves without Strand Larsen means that like Pickford/Tarkowski becomes a really nice pick this week. Grimsby result. Yeah, I think like Grimsby results being massively like over sensationalized by the media. I haven't really listened to any other content creators this week, but I think like Man United basically started with a not great team in the first half. I mean, it was an okay team that shouldn't have been 2-0 down to Grimsby. But then they just brought on their full team second half, won 2-0 and lost on penalties. And I'm like, well, United have actually looked good this year. Like, what is all the drama? And then Amarin came out and just lost his mind. Like, I don't know what, like, his press conferences were awful. It was like, mate, it wasn't like, yeah, you lost. You made a mistake putting out a rubbish team at the beginning. That's all you should have said. But now you've put a bunch of pressure on all your players. Like, he was his press conference was stupid in my opinion. That is completely all his fault. All of the media sensationalising around and the pressure that's been put on United now in this Burnley game. Yeah, and obviously Onana just had a nightmare. So it would have been a completely different game. Yeah, I just think it is being overhyped. Yudish, Basnet, Reindeer, Semenyo or Gakpo, which should I pick for game week 3? None. I wouldn't pick any of them for game week 3. If you're asking which one do you start and which one do you bench, I'd start Gakpo and I'd bench the rest of them. Sesko is cramping in the game, hence he took the 10th pen, so doubt he starts. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if he still comes on off the bench or he starts and has sort of 60, 70 minutes, then Cunha moves up top. I don't know. I just think United are now under so much pressure that you almost feel like Sesko needs to start this week. Otherwise, like, what do United then have after that? They got Man City, Chelsea in game weeks 4 and 5. Like, that's tough to throw him in the deep end on those 2 games and start him. He's going to be under a lot of pressure. 99.4 mil team value. That's crazy. Amarin's nuts, yeah. Amarin's nuts. You want to put Mamouche in the team, Luca? Didn't you have Mamouche in your team before? I thought you had him in there. And then you had drama. If he returns, I'll delete the app. Derek, sorry mate, just saw your team ID. Let's pull you up. 84456. Bernie, you'll be next up, mate. Oh, you're free hitting without him. He's definitely going to return. I'll tell you what, we just need Rico to come on the stream today and just tell me who's going to score the goals. Because he bet me João Pedro would score last week. Lost that bet. He owns my triple captain now, so that's nice. Why Haaland over Wood captain? Both are good captaincy choices. I think West Ham look like the worst team at the moment in the league, so I'd be happy to go with Wood as well. I don't think it's an issue. I'm telling you, he played 90 minutes in Haaland or Black. I hope not. I've got Haaland as captain. Derek, Haaland's your captain as well. Fair enough. Oh, maybe I shouldn't captain him if you've captained him, Luca. That was the one I was struggling with captaincy, but I just thought he's a safe pick. That was my point about not free hitting versus wildcard team value. Lost while on free hit would negate the potential gains from wildcard game week 4. Yeah, I don't think that's too much of a problem though. I think the value of wildcarding a week later is much more valuable. I'd rather lose like 0.3 mil and be able to wildcard in 4 after the transfer window finishes and after the international break and just with another week's information. So I always had that plan at the beginning of the season. I was always going to free hit in 3 and wildcard in 4. So change captaincy, Adam. I'll change to Chris Wood, FPL GOAT. I might. I could do that on stream today. This is the first week I've not been set on my captaincy decision yet. Free hit 4, Salah in 5, and maybe Gyökeres. That's your thoughts, are we, Derek? Huh? So this week, the Bravka v Verbruggen. I probably played the Bravka against United. I'm not getting them, Rob, mate. Where are you? Have you sent me on Insta or Twitter or on here? I just saw this message on here. The last one I saw from you on the chat was about blaming the beers. But if you sent them on Insta or Twitter, like your team, just let me know in here because I haven't checked. Yeah, Derek, I'd probably play Dubravka in goal here. Why not Cucurella on free hit? I think Cucurella is okay on a free hit as well. It's okay. I just prefer some of the other fixtures. I would probably have gone Tosin, but you were wildcard game week 4. Yeah, and we can do after the deadline, I'm just going to hit my wildcard and transfer in the players I want to try and gain the price rises. And we can look at who the players are that are likely to increase in price tomorrow. And we can do a wildcard draft together. How many points am I on? I'm on like 115 or something. I'm about 3.4 mil. I think I'm beating all the other content creators at the moment, to be honest. I think I'm like 2 points ahead of Harry. I think he's beating everybody else as usual. I think 110. I've started all right. Like, I've not had Salah or Haaland. Kind of got a bit unlucky, I think, with the Salah last-minute captaincy wins. Otherwise, I'd have been like pretty high. Oh, that Nathan Bacon guy. Yeah, I heard about that. He was like top 10 in the world at one point or something. Sorry, Derek, mate. Yeah, Gabriel, obviously a difficult game week this week. I think Nico, Dorgu, and maybe Concer's back. Yeah, and Concer, probably a back 3. Like Gabriel is, you could play Gabriel if you wanted to. I would say I'd probably go Gabriel over Verge. I think Liverpool concede. I think Liverpool have not been great defending set pieces. So, as you saw in that Newcastle game, when Newcastle had 10 men, which we can talk about. And then Reindeers and Dye. You've obviously got Saka in there. That's a nightmare. What were your transfers again, Derek? What were you planning to do? Or you didn't say? I think Saka and Palmer have got to go for you. You got 2 transfers. I think Saka and Palmer just both go. You play Kudus, Reindeers and Dye, Haaland, Sesko, and then Saka and Palmer maybe for like... Who do I like at the moment? You already have Kudus. Maybe Enzo Fernandez and like a Ndoye or a Morgan Gibbs-White or even an Elanga. Dango or Ndoye, Hussein, are you on free hit? Or if it's just a transfer, I'd go Ndoye. If it's free hit, I'd probably go Dango. FPL Lindsay, how are you, mate? What's going on? Still thinking Palmer to Semenyo or Sarr and Gui to Wood and then tricky captaincy shouts. Yeah, I think those options are good. Like, I've spoken a lot about how I don't really like Semenyo just as a poor finisher, but I think positionally for Bournemouth, he gets into great positions. He's going to get, statistically, he'll have a lot of XG. He'll underperform his XG. That's just going to be the season of Semenyo. Like, I was saying last week, maybe he's improved his finishing, and then I watched him finish last week and he looked terrible. So, just the usual Semenyo can't finish a barn door, basically. Usual pop in, got pop out today. Have a good one, mate. Thanks, man. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for popping in. flick through your team sometime if you want to get through those. Yeah, so I think that's probably my thoughts, Derek, for your team. Took out Palmer and Saka for Barnes and Cunha. Yeah, there you go. Then I think that's your team. Gui, Virgin, Gabriel on the bench with Verbruggen. Captaincy probably on Haaland for me, or maybe Cunha if you want to take a risk, Derek. Bernie, 39455. Then we'll free hit 4. Bring in Salah 5. Yeah, I think have a look what your team looks like in 4. You don't desperately need to free hit, in my opinion. Yeah, I think if you didn't need to free hit in 3, I think you should try and hold that free hit a little bit longer. Don't think you need to play it too early. Semenyo, similar to Sarr, needs loads of shots to score. I don't agree. I don't think Sarr's anywhere near as bad with his finishing. I think Sarr's finishing is much better than Semenyo. Hey, Isaac, how are you, mate? What's happening? Good to have you in the chat. By the way, today we're definitely going to do 2 giveaways because I forgot on stream last time to do one at the end of the stream because I was like half asleep by 4 a.m. Nearly hit the 3K subs. Yes, guys, please sub if you're watching. Hit that like button. We are on the way to 3K subs. Almost there. Lindsay, yeah, get you in, mate. Sure of the ID this time. You better be sure of that ID, mate. I'm not going for another team. You did 2 early transfers already. Nice, mate. What have you got for? Bjorn, let's just run through your team quickly and then we'll do you after Lindsay, mate. And then Elliot as well. You're on the list. Sanchez in goals, nice. Dorgu, Anderson, Pedro Porro, Nico Williams. Probably Anderson down to the bench this week. I'd go Nico, Pedro, Dorgu, Wirtz and Dice, Salah, Reinders, Palmer. Have you gone Palmer out? Hey Cody, what's up, mate? Welcome into the chat. Blue no Sparky. Should I take -4? I'm not even going to read the rest of that. No is the answer. No is the answer to should you take a minus. No is always the answer to should you take a -4. Well, in game week 3 anyway. Sell Palmer, Gui and Bowen. Elanga, Pedro and Wood. And just leave Bowen in your team and just do Palmer and Gui to Elanga at +1. Yeah, mate, good. I've had a couple of events on this week, so I've had a couple of hangovers as well. I was frantically trying to sort out my team this morning and make my decisions, which is why my captaincy is still a little bit up in the air, I think. Could be convinced on the stream. Bjorn, tempted by Haaland, but we need to downgrade Wirtz and Palmer for a -4. You got 2 transfers, so yeah, that's be tough. You can't get up to Haaland. Yeah, you can't get up to Haaland from Goy. I'd probably go into like Chris Wood, mate. Looking at your team. Probably just downgrade Palmer to one of or João Pedro, and then you can potentially go like Morgan Gibbs White and Doi, Elanga. So I think like the way I'd think about it is like a Morgan Gibbs White / Ndoye and a João Pedro, or like an Enzo and a Wood. Otherwise Elanga is probably my option in there. Elanga or Sarr. Palmer and Goy to Wood and Sarr. I think that's quite a popular opinion. -4 is okay if you're going to captain the player incoming. Yeah, I probably agree with that. Rob, fair enough. Anything new with the cricket? No, mate. Nothing new from being still the #1 batter in the world. Still the #1 batter in the world by average in T20 internationals. If you don't know, search it up on Cricket Info. Rob, message me on X. All right, mate. Let me just jump over there. Are you Ribena? That is you, isn't it? Yeah, that is you. This is my main team. I did take a -4 as I didn't want Evan Nielsen, so I did Palmer to Neto, Evanilson to Wood. And you wildcarded, yeah? Oh, you already wildcarded. Yeah, I see. You wildcarded in game week 2. Game week 3 to Glory team. Which one do you want me to look at first? Oh, look at this one. This is your main team, right? We can pull this around, mate. We can pull this around. Sanchez, Pedro Porro, Kukero, Munoz, nice. Neto, Rogers, Semenyo, Reinders, Watkins, Wood, Haaland. And did you say you had transfers? Palmer today. You took -4s. You didn't want Evan Nielsen. Yeah, okay. I like that, to be fair. Long term, Chris Wood is good. And under my management, Porro was in way better areas. I absolutely love that. Yeah, he hasn't been as high. He hasn't played as high. I think it's a result of having Kudus on that right wing, rather than what did they have before? They had like BJ, Brandon Johnson playing there a little bit, who's like not very involved in crossing. So Porro was higher up. Yeah, I mean, I agree with your team selection here, really, Rob. Probably not like captaincy between Haaland and Wood, obviously toss up. Going forwards, defence looks really nice. The midfield, you've got to hope Villa come into some form because they've not been looking good, especially when teams have packed the middle and made them cross into the box. They've just packed the middle of the park against Villa, and it's been they found it really hard to score through crosses. So they've got to find a way of working the ball out wide and then still creating chances because they haven't been able to play those balls through the lines very well. Like last year, you saw Tielemans a lot playing those like cutting edge through passes and stuff into Watkins and Rogers getting into those spaces, but teams have just buried them in the middle by just playing really narrow and forcing them out wide. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see how they go. They got Palace, Everton, who are both two well set up defensive teams who are probably going to pack the middle. And then, yeah, Sunderland, Fulham, Burnley, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, no, I think you've got to give those Villa assets more time. And the fixtures are relatively good, but I would say from an attacking standpoint, they do play against some well-organised defences in Palace and Everton. I'm obviously not sure about Sunderland really yet. Even Fulham, they're all going to try and pack the middle. So, I mean, I'm sure Emery's a great manager. I'm sure he'll work something out. Neto, I like. It's a nice little pick. Wood, Haaland, lovely. I've spoken a lot about how I don't like Semenyo, but I agree that I could be wrong. Because he gets into great positions, he just can't finish. So if he overperforms or if he's improved his finishing this year, which he didn't sell me on in game week 2, he might be a decent pick. But for me, I'm avoiding. And then Trafford Goodmanson, fine. Not sold on the Bournemouth defence, but fine for now. I would look to maybe move a Truffert to somebody else in future. I think probably like Semenyo, Watkins, Truffert are probably the 3 in your team that you potentially might look to move on. I think Statch is 5 mil, isn't it? Is he 5 mil? 5 mil or 4.5? 5 mil, yeah. The only other guy I like quite a lot at that 5 mil price point is Pape Sarr. I think like he looks nice, man. I was really liking him, to be honest. He's been the guy that's been running on beyond the lines for Spurs, like in behind the first ball, which has been quite nice. But yeah, I think Stats all right. He might pick up some DEFCON points for Leeds. Although now Ampadu's out, it's a bit of a harder job for them in the midfield. This is your other team, right? Bench boost active. I'd prefer Porro over Romero. And probably Shah or Burn over Livramento. But I like Munoz, I like Gakpo, Haaland, João Pedro, Wood, Brennan Johnson. Similar view of Brennan Johnson to... Brennan Johnson's almost like... I don't know, is he similar? Not quite similar to Semenyo, but he doesn't do anything all game, but will just pop up and score, but create nothing. He just is great at being in the right place at the right time. So, again, can't really tell you to go against him. But, yeah, Elanga, Sarr, Dango, Johnson, Gakpo. I think I like that. I would consider, like, Dango being maybe like a Nottingham Forest midfielder. Just because I think the longevity of their fixtures is a little bit better. Whereas Brentford have a nice one this week against Sunderland, but then Chelsea, Fulham, United, City, and then a nice one against West Ham and Liverpool, Crystal Palace, Newcastle. So I feel like Forest have West Ham, Arsenal, Burnley, Sunderland, Newcastle, Chelsea, Bournemouth, Man United, Leeds. I think they sort of have nicer fixtures up towards game week 12. So I wonder whether that Dango pick could be like a Ndoye or a Morgan Gibbs-White. Otherwise, I think can't say too much else. Sells Keller. If you want to take 0.5 out, maybe you just put Dubravka in for Kelleher. But otherwise, I think generally the team looks quite nice. I've got not too many changes for it. How much is Ndoye? Ndoye's at 6 mil. Yeah. Quite a nice price. Hillbilly, hey mate, how good are early kickoffs? Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Early kickoffs are the dream. It's perfect for me. All right, let's get back to the team IDs. Hopefully that's helpful, Rob, mate. I appreciate you looking in 6 mil kind of straight swap for Dango, so that's so easy. Yeah. So it kind of works perfectly for you. Yeah, hopefully that is helpful, mate, and give me a shout if there's more stuff that you want to discuss and I haven't covered everything, because I'm happy to come back to you. Lindsay, you sent him Quintero. You know your team ID, mate. Can you just send me the team ID? It's much easier. Unless you have wildcarded or free hit, then I'm in the wrong. Lindsay, what's up, mate? Are you around? Where are you? Still here? You free hit? Yeah, okay. I'll pull you up after Kentaro. All right, mate. Any transfers this week, or you're still to decide? You Palmer out, Gui out, and a couple of boys in for them, or the standard transfers? I'm guessing it's gonna. Oh, you were I remember you were saying, actually, weren't you? You were talking Semenyo or Sarr and up to a Wood, was it for Gui? I think I would probably I Semenyo or Sarr. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say to you, and I think this is just, it's going to continue to be a personal perspective until he scores another 2 goals, probably. I'd avoid Semenyo. But who else I would go for in the midfield? Again, I think Sarr gives you a nice spread of the teams. Hey, Fury, what's up, S Fury? S Fury, can you tell me what your first name is? I stopped calling you S Fury. Unless you want to be called S Fury, then that's great. Tyson's brother, Big Tice. I met Tyson Fury, actually. He was in a club in Lancaster back in the day, in the north of England. He was up there. Sam is my first name. Sam, what's up, bro? You got the same sort of fists as your brother Tyson. Cousin, maybe. First cousin. Yeah, Tyson Fury, absolute legend, by the way. Absolute hero in the club as well. He was just like, didn't really have any security around him, was just like chatting to everyone, just sending beers. Top quality bloke. Yeah, I think Saar gives you like a nice spread, because like the other thing I would think of is again like a Gibbs White and Doy, but you already got Anderson in there. I also like Enzo. You got João Pedro in there. You got the Man United one. The other you got Salah, I guess. Yeah. So I think Saar gives you like quite a nice spread. Look, if you really like Semenyo, do it. But otherwise, yeah, for me, I'd probably go Saar. It would be nice to have an extra week to wait before going to Saar to see how Palace go without Eze, because I just feel like. Do you know who else I like, actually? I think Kudus would be nice for you in this team. I think having a Spurs asset is nicer than having a Palace asset without Eze. I'd actually definitely consider Kudus at 6.6 if you have the money for that. Because those Spurs fixtures are super nice. And Thomas Frank's going to keep being attacking. And he keeps, like, look at like these Spurs fixtures. Bournemouth, West Ham, Brighton, Wolves, Leeds, next 5. Like, I would want a Spurs player for all of those games. So, actually, now, on second thought, that would be my suggestion for you. So, I'm thinking to replace Palmer with Elanga for long term, or like, do you have plans to play Chips after that, or like, is it short term? Because Newcastle have 2 really nice fixtures, Leeds and Wolves, and I guess Bournemouth as well. I don't mind that at all. I think Elanga's a nice pick. I think like Newcastle's fixtures are decent. Elanga's going to keep playing. My only thoughts are, like from game week 6-ish, or like whenever the Champions League starts, then there's going to be a little bit of rotation. I expect Elanga to continue to play at least like 75 minutes, but maybe Jacob Murphy takes the last 15, 20 off him. 2-3 weeks probably. Why can't you see that? Yeah, then I think Elanga's lovely, like really nice pick for a couple of weeks. Leeds, Wolves, Bournemouth, next 3 are all really good. And he might start. I think he might start up top. I'm not sure they start Asula up top this week. Hillbilly 74883. Yeah, mate, I'll add you to the list. Hussein Almula just activated my free hit. Brought in Osama Dango, Cunha, Elanga, and Mbumo. What do you think? I like it. I just feel like Kudus doesn't have the best attacking threat. I don't know. I don't disagree, and that's why I've ended up with like on my free hit with Richarlison, because I just felt like he was where the goals were. And I don't trust Brennan Johnson. Like I said, he scores goals. He gets in the right place at the right time. Xavi Simons transfer, he could be an FPL asset, mate. He could be a real FPL asset. What was he like? 15 goals, 9 assists or something last season, or 6 assists, 15 goals, something last season. I think he could be a player. Kentaro, where did you send me this team? In Insta or? Insta, was it? Yeah. Captain Bruno or João Pedro? Quantum. Ooh, I would go Bruno. Hey, Paddy, what's up? 2:12 a.m. here in Bogota. Good to see you. For anyone who doesn't know, Adam is a star cricketer. Yeah, you got to check out my cricket info page, mate. I'm currently the #1 batter in T20 international cricket in the world by average. Who? Virat Kohli, who? Just until November, until I play again and come down the averages. I might retire. I think I'm going to retire. Yeah, we got a tri-series in Cyprus in the end of October, early November, so that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. Who did I just have up there? I had Lindsay up. Lindsay, sorry, mate. I'm not finished. I'm not finished with you talking about your team, but yeah, I like I think I like Richarlison as the sort of striker potential, but I wanted to have someone from Spurs, and I think if like with your team and the way you're looking to go, like maybe it's nice to have a Kudus or a Johnson, and you get one of those Spurs attacking assets in there for that nice fixture run. Like look at your team and think, would you rather have a Kudus and a Johnson in those fixtures versus Ismail Assar for his fixtures? I don't know. I mean, Sunderland, West Ham the next 2 weeks is really nice. Then Liverpool, Everton is probably a little bit trickier. Honestly, for me, it's like, if Palace look really bad this week, how do you feel next week about it? Whereas, like, if Tottenham have a tough week against Bournemouth, then you still got them for West Ham next week, who've been the worst team in the league so far, and Brighton, Wolves, and Leeds, who really, those are probably 3 of the worst 4 defenses. Yo, MMA Shorts, what's good, mate? What's good? Quantum Fairs, I just think one of the big captains, Wood or Bruno, blank, and I'm scared it might be Bruno. João Pedro's early kickoff, though, however. Don't buy into any of that early kickoff jazz. Yeah, Kentaro, let's discuss your team, mate. So you got 2.4 mil in the bank. This is like you just slotted Grealish in for Bruno there, haven't you? Wood, Haaland, JP is like the classic top line. Brennan Johnson. If Brennan Johnson bags this week, it's going to really annoy me that I didn't go Brennan Johnson. If Brennan Johnson and João Pedro score this week, that's going to really upset me because I went Richarlison and who did I? And Ilanga. I brought Richarlison in for Fulkrug and hung on to Palmer. Paddy, yeah, nice. Palmer is out this week though, Paddy. Just FYI. Thanks, Bryce. Yeah, I'll pull you up next, mate. Yeah, I think you should have a United player in here. If I'm honest, I'm not sure I'd go Grealish. He's not the one for me in that Everton team. I actually thought Carlos Alcaraz was really good in the US Open. No, against Mansfield, was it Macclesfield in the Carabao Cup? I thought he looked really nice in the 10. I don't know if he plays this week, but yeah, I think Grealish isn't the one for me, Kentaro. I would probably move this up to a Cunha and Bumo or Bruno. Interesting that you got double Newcastle. Like, just note Joe Linton's out. Tonali's last minute to know whether he's in or not. So they do have some injury concerns. They obviously don't have a spearhead number 9, which may mean Ilanga plays number 9 over Asula. But East, yes, mate. Sorry, I got to do the members first. You are next on my non-members list to do their teams. I haven't forgotten about you. Sorry, just obviously priorities, you know. Come and play in Colombia. We were trying to get a tour with Brazil, Paddy. Tri-series with Brazil and Argentina, which would have been amazing, but I don't think it couldn't have been sorted out. Having breakfast, watching my streams. Wait, hang on, Bryce. Like, don't you need to, every time something comes on, you need to have a drink or something? Isn't that the way it is? Oh, I don't know how to do that. I wonder if I can just... We got to start. I think there should be a drinking game on my channel. Actually, I think if people want a drinking game, we can talk about it in the comments and create one through the subscribers and members can come up with a drinking game, and I'm going to play along with it. For example, every time I put that transition in, you got to take a drink. Every time I talk about how I'm the number 1 batsman in the world, you've got to take a drink. Honestly, streams at this time of the day are just so much better. Like, normally it's like 3 a.m. and I'm dying. Now I'm just like full of energy. I've got a bunch of snacks that I can eat at a normal time and be happy. And I can do some ASMR for you while I'm eating. Drink every time you mention your number one. Yeah, that's good. You're going to be drinking a lot of times for that. Paddy, do you think we're taking a hit for Palmer and bench Dewsbury Hall? Yeah, I don't know if Dewsbury Hall even plays this week. You should have listened to me more when I was saying Dewsbury Hall was a bad pick. Yeah, I would probably take a hit. I don't want to take a hit for Palmer. Who's your bench, mate? I don't know. If I did 2 free transfers and I wanted to Cheetos, hey Cheetos, what's up, mate? If I did 2 free transfers and I want to activate a free hit, will I have 2 transfers for game week 4? No, as soon as you activate the free hit, they're not counted as transfers. So if you had 2 free transfers before and you free hitted, you'll still have 2 free transfers after. Yeah, in game week 4, that's right. I'm 15. I'll have my Ribena. That's fine. Yeah, you take a shot of Ribena. Double shot of Ribena though, Heath, for you, mate. Only concern is I had to replace Palmer without any Chelsea players at the moment. Yeah, so can I tell you? Like, I was looking at this. This is a really strange stat, right? But I was looking at like how people defend crosses and like how teams have played. Like Fulham are one of those teams who have like conceded a lot of crosses into the box, have not been fantastic defending set pieces. I feel like Enzo is like the sort of guy who A is on set pieces, B is at the end of those crosses, and just feels like a really nice option in that Chelsea team, especially without even with Palmer. I almost think Enzo's the mid shout. Like obviously, I think João Pedro is number 1 at the moment, but I think Enzo's a really nice secondary option for Chelsea that definitely I'd consider. When against your advice, Palmer could be out for Semenyo and JP. I don't know why you join my streams, Nick. You just come to give me abuse. Weren't we at the pub last week? You should have asked me then. Hey, just arrived. Are you free hitting still, Simon Scott? Yeah, I'm on free hit. We're just talking through some other guys' teams. What are your thoughts on triple captain Wood? Not against it. It's a good fixture. Who am I captaining this week? My captain's currently on Haaland, a bit boring, but it could easily move to Wood on this stream. It's the one thing I'm not solid on is the captaincy. Yeah, sorry. So Kentaro, I know I've just stopped talking about this team, but yeah, I think at the back, Pedro Porro, Murillo, one of Kukurea and Nico Williams. Pope in goal, obviously. Midfield, you're probably playing 4 anyway, so it'd be Elanga, Dango, Barnes, Johnson, I'm guessing. And then Wood, Haaland, João Pedro. You go without the Man United. I think that's fine. Like, if we look at, like, what do I have different to you? I've just got Fernandes and Cunha, so if you don't like Fernandes and Cunha. And then you've gone JP and Johnson, and I went Richarlison, someone else. So I like the team. I think Mr. Free Hit Talks would love to see your current draft a minute. Yeah, I can pull mine up. I think I've got Ethan and Hillbilly. And Bryce. Sorry, Bryce. You're next. All right, Brycey, what are the breakfast decisions to be made, mate? That is the question. Let me get that on the screen. Would love Cunha, but have Dorgu and Bruno. I've got Dorgu, Bruno, and Cunha, actually. Brian. Hey, mate. What's going on? How are you? Best Palmer replacement: Elanga, Kudus, Dango, and Grealish. Kudus for me out of those lists, Brian. I think the Spurs fixtures are really nice. My bench boost didn't go quite to plan due to Palmer and everyone getting Porro off their bench. FF or sub Palmer and Fulkrug to Cunha and Wood. I think I think free hit's nice. I think Cunha longer term is not as nice a pick, but yeah. Yeah, subscribe, smash that like button. We are on our way to 3K subscribers. I do have United treble, but Dorgy's not playing. He's just on my bench. He's just first on the bench. Yeah, so Brycey, let's just talk through your team, mate, and then we'll talk through Ethan, and I'll show you my team after. In goal, Sanchez. Aitnuri's fit, so that's fine. Nico Williams, and I'm assuming Van der Ven's going to be your third. Diouf and Esteve on the bench, given how tragic their defence has been this year. No worries, Cheetos. He's a little bit behind. That's why you thanked me a long time before. Llewellyn, what's up, bro? Add you to the list. Midfield, Wirtz, Salah, King. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure Josh King's going to start. That is my fear this week. João Pedro, Bowen. That's nasty. Have you considered a free hit, Brycey? Considered a cheeky free hit in 3? I like, this is the sort of team where I genuinely would consider it. Because I feel like you're filling gaps. Like, you're transferring out Palmer. Your other transfers, either a Gui or maybe a King. And he plans Palmer and King out. Or Palmer and Bowen for Elanga and Wood / Mbeumo. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably move, like, if you're going to do that, like, you probably just go Palmer down to Elanga, and then I'd go Gui up to Wood or Mbeumo, and then in future you can move Bowen out, because it's just, what's the point in moving Bowen out and having Gui on your bench if, like, King, for example, doesn't start? You'd probably rather have Jared Bowen coming off your bench than, like, Diouf at West Ham. I've considered the free hit, but I've already used my 2 transfers this week. Sam, that doesn't matter, mate. You can still play the free hit, and, like, those free transfers won't be lost. It will scrap them as free transfers, and then next week you'll just have 2 free transfers. So you could still technically play your free hit if you wanted to. You don't think free hit is needed? I mean, just 2 transfers needed, in my opinion. King is a baller, though. Yeah, I think King's a baller as well. Yeah, okay. I mean, I think you've got to go with what you feel for your team. I'd say just think of, like, these are the guys that I'd think about going forwards, Brycey. I think Wirtz, physicality, Premier League issues, we shall see how he continues to go. Bowen, I don't mind. I don't mind Bowen. King at 4.5, I don't mind. Diouf probably needs to get out of your team. Palmer's you've got to go, and Gui's got to go. So I mean, you can deal with 2 of them in one at the moment. I think Palmer and Gui got to go, and you can bring in, I would say Chris Wood, Richarlison, one of the 2, and then I mean, Wood's a safer bet. Richarlison's a bit of a puntier one. Palmer down to, again, Spurs mid, or what do you think of Esteban in for Palmer for a hit? No, I don't do that, Paddy. not for a hit. Definitely not for a hit. Considering he might not even start for Chelsea. Wirtz is going to cook Arsenal. I love it. Robbie, you a Liverpool fan? No. You don't need to apologise for that comment. You can make those comments all night long in my stream. All night long. Feel free. Mbeumo and Elanga are a bad shout. Yeah, I like Elanga as a shout. I think Mbeumo, just like, United fixtures are not, I wouldn't say are incredible. They got Burnley this week. They're Man City, Chelsea, Brentford, who still to be seen how they go. Then Sunderland in 7, then Liverpool in 8. So United's fixtures really they're not amazing. They're not amazing at any point, really. So for me, I'm not convinced by Mbeumo. Unless you're on, like, a free hit this week, like, great fixture this week, but given you're not, I think Elanga's nice. I think Newcastle fixtures are nice. I think Elanga's minutes he's guaranteed to start almost every week, and looks really good. So I think those would be your moves, mate. Those would be your moves. Kuz and Brennan J is a close call. What are my thoughts? I think I think it is, and I think Brennan Johnson is probably the more likely one to score the goal, potentially. Kudus is probably more of the assist threat, but Brennan just does so little during the games. Tony, what's up, bro? Long time. But Kudus just does... Brennan Johnson just does so little during the games. If he doesn't score, he's doing absolutely nothing. Whereas Kudus, like, you just feel like he could pop up with a goal, he could pop up with an assist. Like, he's always involved. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. No, you wouldn't, Llewellyn. You'd still have 2 free transfers. You don't get an extra free transfer or when you play a chip. So if you have 2 free transfers this week, you play your free hit, you'll have 2 next week. You're a Leeds. Oh yeah, you're a Leeds fan. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, you can say good things about Liverpool players though in the stream. That's fine. Johnson is a camper. Sorry, let me just read some of these comments quickly. What do you think about taking out Conser for Van der Ven and taking out Bowen for Wood? Was City? I wouldn't take out Conser for Van der Ven. I think I'd just take Bowen to Wood is nice, and then just roll the other transfer. I think Palace struggle it's not going to be like you saw midweek in the Europa Conference League. They drew 0-0. Edwin, what's up, mate? Yeah, Brennan just pops up randomly. Kudus constant threat. That's what I feel. That's why I'd rather go for Kudus because I just think there's more options. I think he's also more likely to consistently be in the side. Should I just use the free transfer for Palmer, then bring him back next game week, or do I roll and take a hit? No, I would get Palmer out and do not bring him back. Palmer's not going to be in my team for the rest of the year. Jonesy, mate, how are you going, man? I've missed you in these chats, Jonesy. I've seen you on, what's that guy, the AI guy? He's pretty interesting, that new AI guy. Yeah, it's because you haven't been in my streams, Jonesy. That's why your teams are in the toilet. You probably got 6 teams as well this year. You had 3 last year. Come on, mate. Come on. Villa's fixtures are so good, but they need some wingers up top. They do, mate. That's exactly what they need. Oh, I'm surprised they haven't played a lot of Malin this season. I think I'll keep Palmer and not take a hit and risk it on Dewsbury Hall. Richardson come. I don't know if Dewsbury Hall even plays, mate. Honestly, maybe he will, but he's going to play in the pivot for Everton. If he's not going to play 10, Richards can come in if Dewsbury Hall. I'd just play Richards over Dewsbury Hall. The most points you're going to get out of Dewsbury Hall is 2. Richards at least might get a clean sheet and some DEFCON. I'd definitely play Richards over Dewsbury Hall. Just bench Dewsbury Hall. Malin is injured right now. Should bring Sensi over. Is Malin injured? Nah, Malin's not injured, man. Malin's just benched. Yeah, he's played like 6 minutes and 26 minutes off the bench in the last 2 games. Wild. Ethan, mate, sorry. I know I've taken a million years to get to your team, but I'm going to do it now. Thank you for sticking around, Eth. You've been a long-time subscriber to the channel, so much appreciated. Sanchez, have you made any transfers this week, Eth, or no? I think you told me on some social media, but it's hard for me to pull everything up now, so if you just chuck it in the chat. Otherwise, I'll suggest. Pedro Porro, Nico Williams, Anderson, Agabadu. Interesting. Not yet, okay. Salah, Wirtz, Reinders, Bruno, Watkins, Fulkrug, yeah. I think this gets like it's just the standard moves this week. It's just going to be Palmer and Gui. I think, again, like, if you're going to move Fulkrug in the future anyway, like, actually, maybe it depends on what the makeup of your team you want to have. Personal opinion is that if you're planning to have Gui the whole season, I don't think he's going to suddenly start playing for this Sunderland team. At least not starting for them. But if you're going to have him all season as a 4.5 million bench option, then you obviously move Fulkrug. But I think you potentially want a little bit more coverage, and just have the ability to rotate. Especially if you're out of Palmer, like you've just got Salah. It feels like Oh, I guess you got Wirtz and Bruno, so maybe it is an expensive team. So I think you just got to make the call of whether you want just a 4.5 million like fodder forward on your bench and you move Fulkrug, or whether you want to move Gui up to like a Wood or a JP or a Richarlison and get rid of Palmer down to a Kudus or a Kudus, Sarr, and Ndoye, Morgan Gibbs-White, Elanga. Yeah, Malin was cooking in pre-season. Like that's why I'm surprised. Like it's really what they need on that. Like I know they play McGinn for that sort of defensive solidity on the right, and then who have they been playing on the left? They've played Rodgers out on the left a little bit, and Tielemans in that AM role. But I think with like potential that Kamara's injured this week, like maybe Tielemans drops back into the pivot. Rodgers plays attacking mid, and Malin plays on the left wing. That could happen this week for Villa. Done the transfer yesterday because you don't want to lose money. Fair enough, mate. Thanks, Paddy. Appreciate you coming into the stream, mate. Thanks for the shout out. Yeah, everyone, please give us a like if you haven't liked it already. Let's get that stream out to a few more people. Would very much appreciate if you guys can all like the stream. If you're here, I'm assuming you probably already subscribed to the channel, so that's also great. If not, smash that subscribe button. It does massively help. Not enough pace Villa up front. No one's feed Watkins. Yeah, they need Rodgers to carry the ball. They need Rodgers. Well, what do you think about this, Ethan, mate? Do you think so? I would probably go Palmer down to a Ndoye, Morgan Gibbs-White, Elanga, Enzo, Kudus, Brennan Johnson. One of those 6, and then Gui up to a Wood, João Pedro, Richarlison. One of those 3. That's Gui or Fulkrug, depending on the structure of the team that you want long term. Yeah, so if you want Fulkrug, then you go Fulkrug. And I think you just make those 2 transfers, and then you just have who's on your bench. You probably play Pedro Porro, Nico, and maybe Agbadu over Anderson. Anderson first on the bench. Wirtz and Salah's wild. Anderson first on the bench, I think. I think that's what I'd go for, mate. Hopefully that helps. Hillbilly, are you still around, mate? You and I think Llewellyn's still here. So at the moment, I've got Hillbilly and Llewellyn with their team IDs in the chat. If there's anybody else, and Star, sorry. If there's anybody else, please put your team IDs in the chat if you want me to look through. And if I have missed or forgotten about you, then tell me I'm an idiot, and then tell me I've forgotten about you. Or you can tell me I'm a great bloke and it's just a mistake and you understand. However you want to do it. Hillbilly, you're here. All right, mate. Let me pull your team up. Is this you, Will Shaw? Reindeer Games. That's a great team name. All right, 2 frees. Already done Palmer to Anderson. Leaves you with 5 mil and 1 free transfer. Do you upgrade or roll it to allow Gyok or Ekatike next week? Oh, that's an interesting question. All right, so you'd be 8 Nuri, Nico, Pedro Porro, Wirtz, Bruno, Rodgers, Reindeer. No Galfridge yet. Yeah, where is he? Where is he? Need Cap C in here telling me, look at my team, please. Nah, he's not Joy. I don't know where he is today. The chat misses you, Cap C. especially Bryce. Sorry, I know I'm just like ASMRing into the mic. I'm trying to sit a little bit further away. It's nice to be able to eat food on the stream. It's been a long time. It's normally 3 a.m. Haaland JP. I think having 2 free transfers for game week 4 would be quite nice. Wirtz v Arsenal, or having Wood or Mateta. I wouldn't go Mateta this week. Not against Villa. I think Villa's defence is pretty decent. I think Wood v West Ham is a hard one. Hard one to miss. What am I eating? This is what... Sponsorship deal, Pringles, if you're watching. It's Pringles salt and vinegar. By the way, if anybody needs... I shouldn't say... maybe I shouldn't say that. I'll say it. I'll tell you next week. Tell you next week. I got a couple of sponsorship deals in the making that hopefully I can get some good deals for you guys. Nice flavour, thank you, mate. That's all I eat, salt and vinegar. It's my go-to. If anybody doesn't like salt and vinegar, don't subscribe to the channel. Please evacuate the chat currently, and don't come back. Thanks. I mean it. Yeah, sorry, Will, mate. So it's basically, do you want Wood this week, or do you want to roll into game week 4, then use it on Ekatike if we don't sign Isak? Morning, bro. What's my name? My name's Adam. And Dylan, I messaged you on Twitter or Insta because Paul gifted you elite status membership last week. So if you want to be added to our WhatsApp group chat as an elite member, send me your WhatsApp number. Assuming you plan to continue with elite membership. Yeah, just flick it over to me on some DM. Shivam, thoughts on Elanga versus Semenyo? Elanga for me, mate. Elanga for me. Yeah, I just don't like Semenyo's finishing. I mean, we're going to... Other people, I'm sure, say differently. On this channel, you're going to hear me stick to my guns and what I think personally. I just think Semenyo can't finish. And I haven't really liked the look of Bournemouth this year so far. I don't think they've looked particularly good. But it's definitely one take that I definitely... I'm not saying with like 100% confidence. I'm saying it's a personal opinion rather than backed by a lot of data. There's elite membership messed that up, haven't I? Yeah, it's basically like $1 a week. It's the same. Or like 50p in the UK. It's like 40p versus 50p is the supporters tier and elite. But you can upgrade it if you go to the channel and go to like join membership, and you can upgrade if you would like to. And then I'll just DM me your WhatsApp number and I'll add you to the group chat, and you also have access to the API that I have, which basically I've got like this spreadsheet which it will have like this is like fixture difficulty, like my own fixture difficulty rankings for the attacking fixtures and for the defensive fixtures. And then you have like a bunch of the data. So I'll have like all of the player data of all the games this season. You'll have points, DEFCON points. This was sort of based off estimated DEFCON points for last year, just to show that. Then you've got like baseline bonus points, which is a calc that I made myself to show like defenders without clean sheets, without goals, without assists, what their baseline bonus like BPS is, so that then you can identify which ones are the most likely to pick up bonus if they do get a clean sheet. So you see here like Cucurella super involved in a lot of actions, Saliba as well, and they're more likely to pick up the bonus. And then you can see here that they actually did pick up those bonuses. And like Calafiori and Timber, the reason they got those bonus points is because of the goals. Whereas like this will show what guys you can put in. Shiv, what's up, mate? No, nice to have you for the first time. Yeah, all good, Rob. Take your time, mate, and like if you are planning to do it, then obviously just let me know. If you're struggling, like I'm happy to just add you to the WhatsApp chat and then tell you how to do it through there if you're keen. I trust the members in my chat. Semenyo always hits it with the laces. Yeah, mate. Semenyo just, I don't know, man. I can't not living on his finishing at all. Rasha, would you start Saar or Gakpo considering I've got Salah already? I'd probably start Gakpo still, mate. I know it's a tough game against Arsenal, but I just think Saar against Villa is not a nice game for Palace either. Like Villa are a good defence. And Palace, like without Eze, is difficult for them. You saw midweek that 0-0 in the Europa Conference League. Like they are finding it a bit more difficult. Shiv, where in India are you from, bro? Oh, we have like one of my other members, GV. He's out in India. He's Bangalore. So we got a good contingent from all over the globe in the chat. Cody, what do I think about Ndoye v Anderson? I like Anderson, to be honest. I like Anderson. I think like if you're free hitting, I like Ndoye just because goal threat. But like long term, I think Anderson is nice for the DEFCON, for the assist potential at the price point. Yeah, I mean, I think just Ndoye you just haven't seen that much of yet. 2 games, Forest have actually looked decent. He's had sort of one chance in both of the games, one good assist and like taken them. So I think Ndoye's look good. Yeah, I think close call at 6 mil, really nice price point. But for me, with that DEFCON at the moment, I just slightly prefer Anderson, but definitely subject to change a little bit later in the season. Do I think Anderson keeps his minutes with new transfers? Yeah, man. He just made the England squad as well. Awesome, big call up from him. Star, can you tell me to put in the bench 9415883? Hillbilly, Will, sorry, man. Were you? Yeah, sorry. Transfer window plus international break makes me want to roll. Yeah, I think you can definitely roll. It's just what you prefer, Chris Wood or rolling, or having the ability to have 2 transfers. So if you think Chris Wood's going to go nuclear, which is I would be very scared of him, then yeah, Delhi. Are you a cricket fan? You follow the Delhi Daredevils? Is it Delhi Daredevils, isn't it? Yeah. I'd love to go and watch an IPL game in India. You are? Oh, insane. Insane. I'd love to go and watch a game out there, mate. Hopefully in 2027, I'm gonna have a holiday in India. One of my friends, I think, is gonna get married out there. Questions. Yes, Star. Yeah, Hillbilly. Will. Hillbilly. I just call you Will. Cody, let me do your team, and then I'll move on to Will. If you still have thoughts and stuff, mate, let me know. Happy to continue to discuss. Nice free hit would be a disaster if United shits the bed again. Could happen, mate. You don't have to cancel your membership to upgrade. Bryce knows how to do it. Ask him. Is he still in the chat? Bryce just did it at the beginning of this chat, so he can explain to you because he'll know better than I do. But I think you just need to go to the channel page and then go to like where the membership is, and there's a option to change tier. First thoughts are Game Week 4 is a good time to wildcard. I'm just not sure how teams are going to set up with transfer. I'm wildcarding Game Week 4 100%. Like 100%. I think it's a fantastic time to wildcard. I also think like really good to like get on the players that you want early. Like you see all the price rides already. If you can get it right, like this is the time to attack the season. Honestly, we've got so many chips. Like the early game weeks are where the most variance in FPL is. And like that is just that's so like those game weeks 1 to 8/10, that's where all the variance is before the templates become more obvious, before the tactical before all the tactical setups of teams become more obvious, how managers react to other tactical setups, like how you will see good price points and stuff. So I think worth using your chips, like free hit and wildcard chips. Anyway. Hi, 8 Nuri to Livramento, Timber or Munoz. 8 Nuri's fine, he's fit this week, Jeremy. Also, hi Jeremy, welcome back to the chat. It's been a while. Timber or Munoz. I mean, I just wouldn't make the transfer. I'd just leave 8 Nuri. Just leave 8 Nuri. Cody, yes, I have your team. And you said, thinking Bruno and Anderson in for Palmer and Ruder. Yeah, I think Ruder's out this week as well. Not confirmed, but likely. Hey, Llewellyn, thank you so much, man. What a legend. It's probably because I'm taking so long to get to your team. That's why. Apologies. You were up next anyway, but now you're definitely up next. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Super appreciated. Absolute legend. Uncle Lou. Do you want me to call you Uncle Lou? I feel like that's a great name. Uncle Lou is an absolutely superb name. Star, mate, you're on the list, but I've obviously just got to do the members first. So if you're a member of the channel, I do your team reviews first. But you are on the list, Stars. Don't worry, I will get to you. Guaranteed mini league wins. That's right. I am here to help you guys win your mini leagues. That is my role. I don't offer Fantasy Football Hub money back if you fail though. I just offer my apologies. But I think most people won actually last year, or at least from when they joined the channel, improved. I'm washing cars and watching you multitasking. Washing car? What car have you got? You must have a nice car if you're washing cars in the morning. All right, Cody, let's discuss, mate. Sorry, I get distracted with the lads in the chat sometimes. Bruno and Anderson in for Palmer and Rita. Yeah, so then what are you? Tarkovsky, Murillo and Chris Richards this week? Or Anderson maybe? Probably Chris Richards. Virgil and Ando on the bench. Or maybe you play Virgil for the DEFCON. Send you a team ID, Dylan. Reinders, Salah. Yeah, Arias as well. Yeah, Arias is a tough one. And you're just going to go Thiago, Gyökeres, Mateta up top, I guess. I like it. I think those would be... Just checking if you see my team ID in the chat. Adam should be after Star, I believe. Edwin, it is always good to remind me, my man. But yes, you are there. But... And now I'm just going to make sure that I put the correct team ID for you. Why can't I see it? Oh yeah, there. Yeah, 7. Yeah, that. Yes, I did. Actually, no. 4592. 2022 Fortuna GSXR 600 Suzuki. Oof. Oof. Ooh. 2 cars. That's what I like. You got the motorcycle. Motorcycle and the car. Didn't realise you were a motorcyclist, mate. Trippy on mobile. Should I free hit? Probably, mate. Probably free hit. Your team's quite nice for this game week, to be honest. I think you're fine. You're probably fine. Don't think you need to free hit, mate. I like it as an aggressive move. Honestly, I do like it. I think if you want to be aggressive, I think free hit's a real nice move this week. I think there's a lot of ones you can target. Sorry, Cody. I know I lose my mind sometimes talking about other stuff. Bruno and Anderson, yeah. I think either Bruno, Cunha and Bumo all fine, but I think if you're If you're on the transfer, I would say either Bruno or Cunha for me. So I think those are probably the two I'd make. I'd consider maybe having a Spurs mid. Like, do you have the money to go Jorginho to a Kudus or a Johnson and a Palmer down to a Bruno? Because I think Spurs' fixtures just look so nice. Bernie, just type your chackers in the chat for me. I'll tell you what I think. You got 16.3. So Bruno, yeah. So you could go Kudus or Johnson with Bruno at 9.0. I'd definitely consider that. But, I mean, Nottingham Forest as well have some nice fixtures, but I just feel like you got more chance of some big upside with a Kudus or a Johnson than potentially an Anderson. But I do think Anderson keeps you ticking over. I think I would rather have him than Reinders at the moment in my team, or I guess than Arias, I guess, in your team. But maybe that's something that you can look to move towards. Like, what have Forest got upcoming? Arsenal next week. Maybe you can look to move towards that in game week 5. Burnley, Sunderland. You can maybe you'll be bringing in a Chris Wood, or you can bring in Anderson around then. You can get away with this West Ham Anderson game. Might not be the game for him, West Ham. Forest might have a bit more of the ball. Maybe he doesn't make as many recoveries, interceptions. Forest have a great 3 out of 4. Yeah, I agree. I think their fixtures are nice. But I think Spurs, like, next 5 are all brilliant. Bournemouth, West Ham, Brighton, Wolves, Leeds. Like, there's goals in all of those. I wonder whether you would consider like a Palmer to a Kudus and a Jorginho or a Palmer to maybe like one Nottingham Forest, one Spurs, and no Bruno. Would you consider that? Because United after this week have City, Chelsea. So if he doesn't come good this week, you're going to feel like, why have I gone for Bruno? Whereas you'll be thinking like your Forest and your Spurs mids are still pretty nice. You don't know how you feel sitting on money. Yeah, I know how you feel about that, but I might be sitting on a bit of money. It gives you how much money would you be sitting on then? Palmer out 10.5, 6.4 mil plus about 3 mil, maybe 3.5 mil. Doesn't really give you options to upgrade. I mean, maybe that gives you the option to potentially upgrade a Thiago to like a Chris Wood in the week after or something like that. In game week 4. Or even an Arias the week after, you can upgrade. Does give you some options. Actually, I mean, honestly, like I actually like that. I would probably go there. Hey, Rob, my man. Worked it out. Legend. Can you DM me your WhatsApp thing and I'll add you to chat after the stream. I've also got this new. I'll be testing it out today. We'll see if I get any early team news. There's like the daily. What is it? The Mirror or the Mail? They have this WhatsApp channel where they give you like the team news at like the reporters that are at the game. So I'm trying to see if I might be able to get some early Chelsea team news today. We'll have a look. I'll give you my sources so you can make your own decision on whether you think they're reliable or not. FYI. I mean, I'd probably bench Wirtz. Just 'cause you got 3 Liverpool. Probably bench Wirtz, and I love Ekatike and Salah. Bernie. Yeah, I think that's like personally what I would do, Cody. Yeah, Focal does. I mean, I got a few on Twitter, but I just saw this new one, which is quite interesting because it comes through as WhatsApp messages, so it's a bit easier for me to see than scrolling through Twitter. I got some good ones for Newcastle and for Man City. But Chelsea I haven't had before, so I saw this one. I thought it was quite interesting. Yeah, so I think you've got your options. I think you either go the way you want to do it as Palmer down to a Bruno, Jorginho up or down to an Anderson or a Kuda/Johnson, or what I maybe suggest, and you'd be sitting on money, but it allows you some options in 4, is Palmer down to a Kuda/Johnson and Jorginho to an Anderson or an Ndoye. I think I'd go Anderson. Just. Bafe struggling with my free hit. I'll pull mine up soon. Dylan. Let me know if you have more thoughts, Cody. Happy to discuss, or if you want to take some time to think about it and then come back. I know it's a bit of a tricky one. Dill, what was your transfer, mate? Words to Cunha. Yeah. Yeah, nice transfer. Yeah, I think Fulkrug is just your issue, really, in this team. I think the rest of it looks pretty nice. And Areola, same issue as me, mate. Same issue as me. Areola was a bad pick. Yeah, I think your team looks pretty nice, mate. 100 mil. Watkins, Areola, Fulkrug is probably where your movements are going to be over the next few weeks. If you're going to make any. Otherwise, I don't really see any way you're taking money out of your side. Time to get back on track properly. Who to bench? Deal. I would be playing Pedro Porro, Milenkovic, and one of Nico or Richards. But I could be convinced either way with that if you don't want to double up on Forest. I think I'd probably go Nico Williams, but don't mind Richards. Oh, shit, your bench is so strong. You got Collins as well. Maybe I'd just go Porro, Milenkovic, Collins. I think I'd go those 3. Because Collins has got Defcon plus Sunderland, so you got multiple ways to points. Milenkovic, goal threat, Defcon threat, good fixture. Pedro Porro, assist. And, I mean, Spurs have just been good. On set pieces as well, Pedro Porro. Sanchez in goal, obviously. Wirtz, Anderson, Bruno, Gakpo, Reinders. Yeah, I mean, I'd bench Fulkrug. Bench Fulkrug, Nico, Richards. It'll probably be Nico first on the bench. Richards second, Fulkrug third. It's probably where I'd go, Dill. Star. Let me know if you disagree. Sam, you got 3.9. I honestly don't think that's risky. I think like if you're no Haaland, no Salah, or if you're no one of them, plus you're no Palmer and Saka, you could easily have 3 mil in the bank and not have any problems. Star, this is you, yeah, mate. Damn, we already done an hour and a half. See, this is the good thing about early deadline streams is like the time goes so fast because I'm so alive. Yeah, spread the risk a little bit, I think. Sorry, I'm eating while I can. Who to bench is basically your question, isn't it, Star? What was your transfer again? Yo, Orange Apple. World's #1 batter, that's right. That's right, I'm doing good, mate. I'm recovering from a groin injury, but I'm still the #1 batter in the world, mate. I checked on Cricket Info. Well, maybe I checked 3 days ago. It was my first day back in. I've been working from home because I hurt my leg. when I was on tour. But it was my first day back in the office on Thursday, and everyone was like, "We've heard you're the number one batsman in international cricket." I was like, "We don't believe it. You need to show us." So I checked the screenshot; it was still there. Anyway, sorry. I know you guys are gonna get bored of me now. If you retire now, surely you'd stay as the world number one forever, assuming no one averages. But yeah, I would genuinely. I'm considering retirement. Just don't show this to Cyprus Cricket. I brought Sar and Wood, Palmer, Gui out. Okay, yeah, Sar Wood. So probably at the back would be Pedro Porro, Murillo, +1 of Anderson or Van der Ven. +1 of Anderson or Van der Ven. I don't really know. Back Spurs, or do you back Spurs for the clean sheet or no? No, I'm looking at teams, mate. I'm just doing it like as I normally do. I just do the members first, but like the list is pretty small. So if you give me your team ID, I think there's only like one more person after Star, and then it'll be you. Shivam, if you're still here, mate, flick over your team ID. I'll have a look at your team. It's nice that you're in the chat for the first time. So. Cody, you got the captaincy problem. I'll flick back to your team in a second, mate. I just can't. Sorry, just so I remember. But yeah, I think Bruno is a good option. Hey, CR71110, what's up, man? Good to have you back in. You think Spurs will keep clean sheet? Yeah, then go double Pedro Porro, Van der Ven, and Murillo. Estevan, Anderson on the bench. Salah, Bruno, and Dye, Anderson. And Saar. Wow. Mateta, Watkins, and Wood. That's tough. You probably won't like my answer, Star, but I'd probably bench Saar. So I think my bench order would be Saar, Anderson, Estev. You got a bet on Bournemouth to beat Tottenham, Rob? You should play my game day squad game, because like you can actually just go rogue on some teams that you think are going to win, and if they do come off, you got a good chance of winning like $100 to $50 each week. Neil's actually won. Neil's actually won the weekly comp this week. Actually, one of my members won on game day, so yeah, that was pretty cool. I think if you win the classic comp, you can win like 250. I think contender, if you win it, you get $100 every week, and the starter you get like 9 player packs. Anderson for Fulham, Anderson for Fulham. Star is number 2. Yeah, that would be my pick. Captain Wood, yeah, I think Wood, Bruno, Salah, any of them are good options. Probably not Salah. Wood or Bruno for me. I think I wouldn't captain Salah this week. Robot, I didn't see that game, but enjoy your win. No hating from me. Who's Robot? Who's win? No hating from... What's happening? I'm so confused. Thoughts on Ndoye? Yeah, Radu, I like Ndoye. Think Forest have some good fixtures at 6 mils, nice sort of price point. Think I'd just like a little bit more data before I go into him. I think I feel a little bit safer in Elliot Anderson for now. Don't bait people in captaining Man United players, please. It's such a trap. They're honestly awful. I don't know, mate. I don't agree. I actually think Man United look good this year. And I think that it's a little bit over-sensationalised what happened against Grimsby. I felt like the first half, I blame Amorim personally for that result. I think he put out a poor team, or like not the great. I mean, a team that should still have been beating Grimsby, but like a poor first half team. Second half obviously brought on the full team. They won the second half 2-0 and then lost on pens. And then his press conference after the game was just horrendous. Like all the stuff he was saying, all he needed to say was, I should have just selected I should have started a stronger team. It was my fault. I'm sorry. No one would have said anything. I don't think it would have been a big shocker, but it would have been like he takes the blame for the player. Now he's put so much pressure on all the players because he's like, oh yeah, I'm worried. I might not be here. What are you talking about? You mentalist. He doesn't know how to deal with. It is a problem though. With foreign managers, often don't know how to deal with the British media. We are not easy in the media. It is difficult, but I think he made a much bigger deal over it. I thought Man United have looked pretty good this year. Mbeumo over Cunha all day. Yeah, I think that one's a close call. I do think Mbeumo looks nice, but I think Cunha does give that sort of assist threat as well for FPL purposes. Ndoye was balling at Bologna. I honestly didn't see much of him at Bologna, but yeah, I do think Ndoye could be a good pick, and done what he's needed to so far. That header for his goal was unreal. So Ole's going back to Man United to talk the players want him out. I don't know. I think they got to give him a bit of time. Yeah, but like I said, do you think I'll get a green arrow star? If you pick your captain right, you get a green arrow. That's what it's like every week. Edwin, you floating about, mate? Dwarfs respect. Man United fans different. Yeah, that's true. We are cooked if Ole comes back. What's dwarfs respect mean? Would you start Wirtz or Carvalho this week? Oh, I don't think I'd start Carvalho. Time. He's got a worse record than Gary Neville did at Valencia. Man, you're crazy. I'm gonna I'm gonna let you guys have this discussion, mate. Honestly, when I watched the first two United games this year, I thought they looked decent. We'll see how they go against Burnley. I'll come back next week and you can all crucify me for my pick if I'm wrong. What's your captain this week? I'm floating between Haaland and Cunha. So was I, Dylan, but then I ended up with Haaland because I thought Sesko might start up front. Maybe Cunha plays a little bit deeper. He's been so good in that up top role for them. Just wondering whether he'll be a little bit more creative in behind rather than as many runs in behind that he's been doing. So I ended up just going Haaland. I thought it would be a safe pick. Yaz, yo, what's up, man? Would you captain Wood or Bruno? I think both are fine. I'd probably sway towards Wood. Used free hit, Livramento, Dorgu, Kukurea, Cunha, Dango, Elanga, Johnson, Pedro, Haaland, Wood. Any suggestions? Nope. Sounds good at all. Very similar team to mine. If Ruben gets a sack, get Mourinho back. Yes. Hasn't Mourinho gone? He's gone from Fenerbahce now. He's available. Stuart, who would I pick between Dye, Elliot Anderson and Sarr? 1 week or for multiple game weeks, Stuart? I'd say Elliot Anderson has best fixtures. You could probably throw in Ndoye in there as well at 6.0 mil for Forest as an option. I think Ndoye probably looks the nicest attacking wise. To bench. Oh, just to bench. Oh, sorry. I'd bench Sarr. Yeah, I'd bench Sarr for sure. Don't you worry that Cunha might start at the 9. He doesn't start Sesko again. That's my worry and why I haven't gone for United player either. If Cunha starts at 9, that's great. I'd love it if he starts Cunha at the 9. I've got Cunha in my free hit team. Edwin, my team's looking rough this week. Looking to free hit. Don't have a draft ready, but still. Yeah, I think you should free hit. And here's my free hit team. On that note, And maybe I'll just talk through it before I get to you, Orange Apple. Sorry, bro. You're going to have to wait a hot min. Possible game week 17 blank game week. Yeah, is that Palace? It's fine. You won't need a free hit for that. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Pope Ramsdale starts today. Not as far as I'm aware. Plus, I got Pickford on the bench anyway, so I was finding it difficult to pick between the two of them. So if Ramsdale starts, that'd be ideal. You have a giant pair of free hitting United assets in. I think United look good. I'm going to keep saying that. I think the media are banging on way too much. I think Amarin put a lot of pressure on his team, which is a problem. They're playing Burnley. Like, if you're free hitting, you're putting players in against the worst 4 teams in the league, which are the 3 promoted teams. Sorry, Rob, and West Ham. Leeds is obviously the best of all of those. Yeah. What happens to Palmer's price if I free hit? Yeah, you'll lose the price on him when it comes back next week. Sorry, Rob. Okay, that's not true. Maybe I just say I target the 3 promoted teams for now, not the 3 worst teams in the league. Maybe that's the way to phrase it correctly. I apologise. I think you're probably right, mate. You might do Newcastle, and you never know. Dango so underrated. Yeah, so let me talk through my team, and then I'll explain some of the picks. There are some picks that I went to and from with. So I think Pope versus Pickford was a tough one for me. I think obviously Newcastle are missing Joe Linton this week. They don't have Anthony Gordon. They don't really have a number 9. I know they've signed the 6'6" Messi Musiala bloke, but he won't be playing, I believe, this week. Or the signing maybe hasn't been finalised yet. So he hasn't been registered in time. So I think either Asula starts up front for them or Alanga starts in the 9. Great time for Leeds to play Newcastle. Great time for them to play them. Tonali's also touch and go in that midfield. So I think if they miss Joe Linton and Tonali, it's tough for them. And Rob's insistency on how great Leeds are is now also making me consider maybe I should just go Pickford, because Strand Larsen's not playing for Wolves, so that is a big X in their attack, which has already been so far the least expected goals in the league so far this season has come from Wolves, and defensively they've been poor as well. So I think Pope versus Pickford is one that either way. The other defence that I like, obviously Nottingham Forest are a good defence against West Ham, who I don't think their attack is horrendous, but their defence is shocking at the moment. Looked really bad those first 2 game weeks. So I went for Milenkovic because I think West Ham have defended set pieces really poorly. So I think Milenkovic is that goal threat as well from the set pieces over Murillo for those DEFCON points. And Milenkovic could get DEFCON points anyway. So I think going in a free hit, you want to attack the potential upside. So you want to attack that potential goal threat. I think for me, Tarkowski is just like, I think that could be a good clean sheet, which is why he's in there. Plus, I think he can get DEFCON points as well. And none of the other Everton defenders have attacking threat for me. Pedro Porro, again, just the upside, the attacking upside for Spurs. I know he hasn't played as high up that wing as we like, but he's on a lot of set pieces, direct free kicks, and they're still whipping crosses into the box, hopefully for Richarlison to score. And then Dorgu there on the bench, for me, just if you look at a heat map and positioning map, Dorgu's actually higher than Mason Mount in that inside forward role for Manchester United so far this season. So I do also think like he's quite nice. The other options, Livramento, Burn. So I think for me, just I don't want to go too much. I don't want to have too many Newcastle assets against Leeds, just because I actually think Leeds offensively are decent, like are pretty decent. There you go, Rob. Nice compliment for you. We can't score a goal at 2 meters in front of us. As a fan, I have to keep believing. I think that you guys can be good. Like, do you have a lot of pace in the team? And I think like going forwards, potentially on the counter. And when Newcastle were lacking a Joe Linton and potentially a Tonali in the midfield, I think there's a chance for Newcastle to concede. So I don't want to have double defence, despite the fact that I think generally defensively they've looked good. If I was to go for a Newcastle defender, I'd go for Burn. I think Livramento, like, attacking potential is not that big. Burn has the potential to get DEFCON as well as maybe goal, maybe assist. You could also go, I think maybe this week I'd probably go for Shah. There is that like maybe 20% chance he takes a penalty. Maybe 20% chance he takes a pen. He could also pick up DEFCON as well. Does sometimes take free kicks. So for me, if I was picking Newcastle defender, I'd probably go for Fabian Schär. He's cleared, by the way, of the concussion protocol, so he will play this week. Could make a full 11 with players from my country soon. Where are you from, Sam? Sorry, I lost this. Oh, you're Dutch. Oh, Xavi Simons. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, cool. Whereabouts are you? I got a mate who lives just maybe like 20 minutes outside. He lives in The Hague, just outside Amsterdam, I think. One of my best mates from uni actually moved out there. He's contracting out there for the last 4 or 5 years now. He loves it. Rotterdam. Oh, nice. I might be out there sometime next year. Sorry, let me just put this back up. Next to the Hague. Oh, so you're like pretty close to him then. Yeah, maybe I'll see you when I come out. Take me to the clubs. Sorry. So then that's sort of like my thoughts around the defensive side. In the midfield, as I've said on the stream, and you can choose to ignore me, I think Man United look all right. Bruno's a little bit of protection for me, because if Man United absolutely spank Burnley and he does really well, it upsets me that many managers have Bruno in their team. So he's sort of in there as maybe a little bit of protection for the downside risk of going against him and then him being the one to do well for United. Which I don't really like doing, but I just felt like I'd probably gone quite differential on this team, in my opinion. You get so much cat as well. Yeah, don't tell my missus. She's number one in my fantasy Premier League. She won't be happy with that comment. Also, please, can someone knock her off the number one spot for my league at the moment, because she is currently in first place in 69k in the world, and I don't want to hear any more of it in the household. So if someone could just have a great game week this week and knock her off the top spot, that would be fantastic. I'd really appreciate that, and I'll give you a 10% discount code on my store if you can do it. If you're 0.6 short of making that free hit team, you can just maybe just move Dorgu down to maybe just move Pickford down to someone. But the other options here, so in that midfield, the people that I was thinking about was Ndoye, Morgan Gibbs-White, Kudus, and Brennan Johnson were the four that I thought about. And I basically was like, I prefer Richarlison to Kudus. I think he's in great form, and I wanted to go for Richarlison. Enzo Fernandez as well is another one. But then I really didn't like not having João Pedro in my side, because I think he's also likely to be on pens, and in that sort of 10 role behind the striker, I think he's at his best and can get assists and goals from there. So I wouldn't have had a problem not having João Pedro if Palmer was still fit. But because he's not, and I think João Pedro plays behind Delap and they both play together, I actually think João Pedro is better there. Have you got a wildcard team ready to go for the deadline, aiming at price rises? Yes, I will be transferring in all the people that might potentially be rising in price tomorrow, and transferring out like anybody that might drop in price. So I think like post deadline we can have a look at that and go through like what I'm gonna do for game week 4. So yeah, Radu, Reinders, and Doi or Dango in wild card. In wild card, it'd probably be in Doi of those 3. Yeah, consider Anderson as well. Triple captain Timber Trust. Yeah, mate, he's the man. He's the man. I think I'm assuming that what that is like people making bots, and then like a bunch of bot teams. Because like would you captain Timber on a normal game week? Is that a sane thing to do or not? Sorry, that crackling is me eating Haribos. Could take me to a Feyenoord game. I would fucking love to go to a Feyenoord game, bro. I've been to the Ajax stadium once when I was younger. That's the only place I've ever been. Just people making team specific for one game week to get on the top game week thing. Yeah, maybe that's right. Why do you have Bruno ahead of Mbeumo since the free hit isn't Mbeumo the higher upside? This is a very valid question, and I probably agree. And like I said about my Bruno hit, I don't particularly like it. It's more to cover the downside risk, which is probably the only person in this team that I've got that. But I just feel like a lot of people, he's very high owned this week, and also probably captained by quite a lot. And I just want to cover off a little bit of that downside risk in case he is the one person that like blows up for United. But I have had some thoughts to myself this morning about going Cunha and Mbeumo. Is Strand Larsen playing? No, he did not travel with the team. He wasn't in the team hotel, which was reported by one of the local reporters. I don't know how the bench works, but if someone doesn't play, and my first sub is injured, does it still go in as number 1 sub, or is it the next one along? Yeah, it goes to the second one along. So if like Bruno didn't play and Ndoye didn't play, then it would go to Dorgu. I completely agree with the unknown though. Also, you're kind of scary, that unknown and that profile pick. That's really scary. Am I in Perth? Is that me? No, I'm in Sydney. Greetings from Ireland, John. Hey, John, what's up, man? There's a lot of people in Ireland that play FPL. Hey, you guys are big football fans over there. I've been hoping to try and get some more people from Ireland, actually. Like, when I look at the statistics on who watches my channel and stuff, I don't normally have too many. Llewellyn, done your team yet? Let's pull you up right now, Llewellyn. Sorry, I'm just talking to my own. I think we did do your team, no? No, we didn't. Sorry, my bad. I'll stop talking through my team. Unless your second sub can't go in team, like your third defender doesn't play at all. Not a silly question, mate. Not a silly question. Always penalty potential with Bruno. Yeah, exactly. You could get DEFCON points as well. So there is some upside for Bruno as well. Bafe, I've gone free hit and current backline is Sels, Milenkovic, Burn and Cucurella. I don't mind that, mate. I think that's a good backline as well. I think Nottingham Forest could definitely keep clean sheet. I've sort of just spread the risk across. Maybe Shah over Burn, Bafe. That's probably the only thing I'd change. The rest of it's nice. Sorry, I might have missed a few comments, guys, but... Nish, my God, Nish. Nish, get out of here, mate. You're way too early. Nish, there is like 2 hours till deadline. I'm not expecting you back in here till 1 hour 45 from now. I'm not having it. I'm not ready for you. I haven't even thought about talking to you yet. Like, this is far too early. Please come back at a more appropriate time. What are you doing in my stream so early? This is 2 weeks in a row, mate. You're a changed man this year. You're actually a changed man. 2025, the year of Nish. I feel like you're going to have a good FPL year this year. We won't talk about how it's gone so far. Cody, still not sure between Doy, Anderson and Kudus for the second spot. I think I'd go... I just think I'm looking at that on the screen, Cody. I think I'd just go Ndoye or Kudus because you just want to feel like you've got that potential for a big upside every week, don't you? I just feel like Kudus is probably the one I'd go. I just feel more confident in Spurs offence under Thomas Frank than Nottingham Forest at the moment. Although I think Nottingham Forest look much better offensively this year. Tiger, you're gunning, bro. Why Elanga over Barnes? I prefer Elanga, and I think he might play in the 9 role. Llewellyn, what are you? Is this your team? Is this what you're going for? Are you free hitting this week or no? Did you? It's probably same time next week, Sam. I always do about 3.5 hours before the deadline. Free hit or use my 2 free transfers on Palmer and Fulkrug out. Okay, so I think my thoughts... Well, the problem is Strand Larsen's not going to be playing, so that's already one guy that you're missing this week. Bruggen, Dubravka is not nice in goal. Mario, Tarkovsky, Pedro Porro, okay. Wurt, Salah, Reinders, Fulkrug. I really don't mind a free hit for this team. Elanga could be at the night. It's either Elanga or Asula. That's the way I see it for Newcastle. Be surprised if they play anyone else there. Barnes. Because they could play Elanga there and Jacob Murphy on the right wing. That's sort of what I thought they might do. But Asula did all right as well. But Eddie Howe didn't sound like he was going to play Asula there. It was just something I felt from the way he spoke. But I might be wrong. Just making it in. Nish locked in, mate. Thoughts on getting in Sarr, Kudus or Semenyo for Palmer? I'd lean towards Kudus. I just think Palace without Eze potentially... just find it a little bit trickier to score, but 2 really nice fixtures the next 2 weeks. But then Tottenham, if you look at the next 5 fixtures for them, Bournemouth, West Ham, Brighton, Wolves, Leeds, that is really nice. What's happening with Isak? Well, we'll know on Monday, mate. We'll know on Monday. I think Liverpool are looking to submit another bid, but personally, I think we shouldn't bid for him. Plus, I want Ekatike in my fantasy team. Top 3, 5.5 plus million defenders in wildcard. Too difficult a question, mate. But probably Munoz, Forest defender, and don't know the other one. Couldn't tell you. Gabriel. Vicario over Pope. Yeah, I think anybody could be over Pope. I mean, Rob's been convincing me all day that that Leeds are going to bang up Newcastle. So I'm slowly convincing myself to start Pickford in my team. And by the end of this, stream, I might have moved to Pickford. Because Rob, tell me honestly, you think Leeds are going to score? Or are you not able to be honest as a Leeds fan? Then that's fine. Hit the like. Yeah, guys, if you are in the stream, just hit that like button for me. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Definitely helps the channel a lot, and I appreciate it. Haven't seen Paul today. What's he doing? We'll be doing some giveaways at the end of the stream once the deadline's passed. Or maybe if we get to the end of the stream and we're just chilling, then I'll run some giveaways. I'm going to do one for members, and then I might just run one for maybe like a discount code or something for the store, for the like Football Fan Fit store. Woods versus Richarlison versus Mateta. Woods clears. Yeah, I think he does. But I think Richarlison's very close, in my opinion. Okafor banger incoming, just watch. Honest. Yeah, honest opinion, Rob, please. Yeah, Llewellyn, Kelleher versus Sunderland. Kelleher versus Sunderland is one that you could go for sure. I would say my favourites for clean sheets this week are really Everton. Probably weird. No, depends who Man United starting goal, but I don't know. I feel like Burnley can't be that good going forward. Nottingham Forest and Everton probably. I would say maybe Sales. Yeah, I sort of feel the same way, Rob. I would have been way more confident in Pope and Newcastle if they hadn't have picked up those injuries. But I think Joelinton's a big loss for their physicality in the midfield. Tonali would be a huge loss for them as well. They're lucky they've got Shah available. And then, yeah, up top, I mean, I just feel like they go Elanga through the middle, Jacob Murphy on the right, Barnes on the left, Asula impact sub off bench. That's my thoughts. We'll see what they do. But I think it definitely depends because they're going to have like who's going to play in the middle instead of Joelinton? I don't know. Joe Willock? They don't have a replacement for Joelinton. But you guys have lost Ampadu, haven't you? So I guess we'll see. What would I do with this? I think this is a free hit team, mate, because I think you got a lot of issues like Fulkrug, Strand Larson, Palmer is just 3. King might not start 4, and then you're ending up playing 5 defenders, which you don't really want to do. So I think I think the free hit's the way to go. I'll show you. This is what my free hit team is. Lots of questions, Rads, mate. Should I get Cucurella / Gabriel for wildcard or Milenkovic and spend extra money elsewhere? Milenkovic, I would get. Willock, yeah. I think this is sort of what I think Uncle Lou. Unk. Can I just call you Unk? What do you want to be called, Llewellyn? I don't know. If you want to be called Llewellyn, I'll call you Llewellyn. But I like Unk. Unk is a good one for me. Unk's in the chat. Orange apple. Making me question Newcastle defender choice now too, yeah. Uncle Lou or Unk is cool with me. Excellent, Unk. I don't see Wolves scoring this week. Nah, because Strand Larsen's out. Everton have been solid defensively as usual. I mean, obviously Wolves scored against West Ham midweek, but West Ham are the worst defence in the world at the moment, so. And Strand Larsen scored 2. Yeah, do I have any? Oh, yeah, Orange. Will I pull your team up, Orange? Nice team, Unk. Who are we missing today? Missing a few regular members. I've seen a few guys today. Graham, Niels, Paul, GV, Gary, Finners, Abdullah. Loads of you guys missing. Quex. Crazy. Bonty. Maybe you're coming in soon. It's probably too early for everyone. Yeah, Mikalenko's back as well for Everton. Free hit or to use 2 free transfers for me. Big dog. Woof. That is me. I need to screenshot that and send that to my dad that you just called me big dog. Dad, that is right. I'm the big dog. Woof. How do you find your ID in fantasy? Just go to points. I think just go to points, and it should be in the URL. You have to be in the website app, not in the I used to be in the like the on a laptop or computer, not on that phone app. Daniel Pedro. Daniel Pedro, you were on last week, and your name is very close to being another one of my friends, very suspiciously close. So please confirm if you know me from another life. Under 8.5 midfielders for this game week, top 3. Cunha, Elanga, Kudus, Morgan Gibbs-White, and Doy. Boss Arhill, what's up, bro? What's happening? Dango over Damsgaard. Damsgaard came in and bossed it last week. Seemed like the missing link for breakfast. Because Dango might also, like, it depends what formation they play, but Dango could also play up front for them. Like, he sort of played at like the 10, I would say, or alongside Thiago. You were here 2 weeks ago. Yeah, you missed last week. You might go the rogue shout and go Pedro Neto in your free hit. That's not that rogue. It's reasonable. I'd go Enzo Fernandez if I had to go for one. Best cricketer ever is woofing in his FPL stream again. Insane fall off. Oh, where's it come? It's come a full circle. Neto is the one that I remember to not back the early game. Alright, let's look at this. Nico, Mario, Anderson. You can probably go with those 3. And then 2 frees. So your 2 frees would be Saka, Palmer out, eh? It feels like if you wanted to get away without using your free hit this week, you could. You could go Sanchez, Nico, Anderson, Mario, Bruno, Wirtz, King. Hope he plays. There is a risk he doesn't play. And then Saka and Palmer basically to anybody that you want. And Watkins, Ekatike, João Pedro, in my opinion, is okay up top. So there's basically the question of, do you want to try and be really attacking and just play the free hit now? Realistically, the people that's coming out of this team is going to be Wirtz, Watkins. Ekatike could score, so I sort of feel like that's not the end of the world. But like Wirtz, Watkins, probably Anderson, and King. So I would say like 4 players that you're probably going to change from that starting team and like want to change, and that's for your free hit. So I think that's your thought. Like your thought is, do you think moving those 4 players out is going to be more valuable to you than Saka and Palmer to the 2 best midfielders that you want? Anthony, I'd probably go. To be honest, I'd go Enzo Fernandez. That's my pick for the Chelsea game. But I couldn't tell you who they start on the other wing. I know Pedro Neto is going to start, but whether Esteval starts, whether they start Neto on the right, Gittins on the left, I couldn't tell you. Yeah, West Ham are genuinely that bad, I think. But be real, would you free hit if you were me? Would I free hit if I were you? I think I wouldn't. I do think like you'll probably score slightly less points given that you're not free hitting. But I think you have some players that I think are quite decent. No, that's so boring. I think you have some players that are quite decent for the game week, and I think you have some players like an Ekatike, for example, that like people are not going to have. That if he bangs, people don't have him not on a free hit. People don't have him like on a free hit. So if he bangs, you're going to do well. You've got the Nottingham Forest defence as well, who a lot of people on free hit are going to have. You got one Chelsea defender, a lot of people are going to have. You got Bruno, who pretty much everyone like on a free hit is going to have. João Pedro, same thing. So you sort of have that coverage. Like you're not. I don't think you're going to lose like a ton of rank. When would I free hit then? Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like there's no week really. Like you just pick a week that you fancy and take it on. Like if you get to a week basically later in the season where you're like, I don't really like my team right now, you can just free hit. Or if you're like, I'd like to wildcard, my team is not looking nice, but you want to like wait an extra week or something, then that's when you free hit. Or if you just see a game where you're like, I wish I had Salah and Haaland in my team right now, you free hit. Enzo will be at the 6, won't he? Before Enzo. Enzo basically like he starts in that like 2 holding, but he basically plays defensively in the 2 holding, but offensively in the like. He basically plays as like an 8. He's a sort of like box to box, in my opinion, is how he plays. I think Enzo does a really good job of arriving in the box well. He's also on like set pieces, and I think Chelsea are getting a lot more. I think Fulham have not been superb defending the set pieces either. So I sort of like him for this week specifically. Fixtures going forwards. There is a chance that he takes pens. I think it's probably going to be JP. There is that small chance Enzo take it. But I just like the fact he's on set pieces. I think he's creative. He can get assists. He can arrive late in the box. He can get goals. He does a lot in that Chelsea team. He's probably my favourite player outside of Palmer in that Chelsea team. He'd be what I pick. Leak Crew, hey bro, loving your vids. Reckon I start Dango or Brennan Johnson on a free hit? I have Dango. I just think that's a nice punt on a free hit, Dango. You could go Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson for me is someone who is like doesn't do anything all game and then will just like pop up on the back post and score a goal in the like 50th minute or 60th or 80th minute or something, but won't do anything else in the game. Whereas Dango, like we haven't really seen like how much he can do. Like, and he got DEFCON and scored. Which was crazy. So I think Dango's a real nice punt. Like it's a punty, but it's a nice punt on the free hit. So I'd go for him late. Also, thank you for commenting, legend. Glad that you're watching the vids. Who would you do Saka and Palmer to then? Orange Apple has to be before 9. Yeah, the free hit. Yeah, you need to use all your chips before 19. Yeah. Anthony also Delit or Tarkowski. Both good for DEFCON. Just depends who's going to get that clean sheet. Yeah, I think because Strand Larsen's out, I'd go Tarkowski. And I think Man United just have this like panic mode that they're going to go into at some point if the game's close. Appreciate you, Leap, mate. No worries. Well, I definitely appreciate you guys more than you appreciate me. Trust me. It gives me a lot of joy doing the live streams. To be honest, like it's great interacting with you guys. Much more enjoyable than doing the videos. The videos are just hard work, man. When you actually work, I don't know how. Well, I get a lot of these other content creators are full time, but it's hard. When's the next good free hit game week in your opinion? There's not really one in my opinion. There's not. I mean, let me have a look. But in my opinion, the free hit should be used when you're in trouble. And you need to get through a game week and your team's just not looking nice and you've got a bunch of issues and yeah, you need to wait an extra game week. Alternatively, game week 15. Man City have Sunderland, Liverpool have Leeds, Newcastle have Burnley, Man United have Wolves. I just have all of their players in the team. Game week 15 looks pretty nice. And similarly, game week 19, where the same 4 teams have the same 4 teams, but just in a different order. Is that right? That doesn't look right, eh? Yeah, they just have the reverse fixtures in game week 19. Hey, that's actually crazy. Game week 15 and game week 19, everyone just has the reverse fixtures. Is that right? That's crazy. I never noticed that. Sorry, let me read this. No worries, Anthony. What do you think of Grealish as a pick? I'm not sold by Grealish. There's actually like a few players in that Everton midfield that like I think look nice, but I just don't think Grealish is the pick right now. Isn't another good free hit, but telling me not to free hit, bro, trying to see me crash out this year. Yeah, I mean, look, I realistically, like, my thoughts going into this, like, I was planning to free hit in game week 3, but I thought, like, if my players for game week 1 and 2 were doing great, then I wouldn't have done. So I almost feel like a free hit's when, like, your bench isn't looking nice, you've got some issues, and then you need to use it. Like, or it's like everyone has great fixtures for team players that you don't have, but if you plan your transfers nicely and you move your team to hit the like fixture runs, then you're not really going to get to a position where you definitely need to play it in 1 week. But yeah, I think 15 and 19 look nice for me. And you get no Salah in 15 either. So you basically will probably have like Ekatike, Gakpo, Van Dijk, something like that. Have I missed any? I might have missed a few teams. Let me just check. No, I don't think anyone's chucked their team in the chat. Guys, I'm through the team reviews. How good is that? Oh, here he is. Captaincy. Just woke up. It's 12 for me and deadline's at 1. I'm cooked. I'm thinking Palmer and Gui to Sarr and Wood. Yeah, I've been talking about this one a lot on the stream, Captaincy. I reckon that I prefer Kudus a little bit to Sarr. And I maybe Kudus or Ndoye are the probably 2 picks that I'm looking at. You're on holiday in Turkey. Mad, bro. Yeah, we got... Do we have 1 hour till deadline? Is it 8 o'clock? Is that right? Well, this stream's gone well fast, man. Man, time flies when you're having fun. Maybe I need to consider my own team then. Planning who has time for that, all about... That's why you're here with me, mate. I can help plan your team for the future. Don't worry. Yes, Niels. No problem, mate. Perfect timing. Straight in. 5-3-3-3-6-6. Niels, did you manage to sort out your game day squad team? Like, I spoke to the devs of the game and they said that. So Niels was one of the weekly winners for game day squad. So you know how I've been telling you guys, sign up, and if you look on the screen now, not on the screen now, on the screen now, you can see the promo code that you can use to sign up to the site with, and you can basically win up to like $250 every week. And it's like even if you sign up now, it's not like FPL where it's a season long. It's like weekly prizes. They give away these like 250, 100, etc. So thinking of quitting FPL this season. Joe Cole, can I see your team? Yeah, I'll pull it up after Neil's JK. JC. Elanga or Ndai, Daniel Pedro. I think I'd go Elanga for this game week. Captain 8 Nuri is insane. You're going to get it this week, Niels. You're going to get it. Didn't you free hit, by the way? I'm in Turkey on holiday. I haven't even ate. Yeah, I did free hit, Cap. Yeah, Cap, I'd probably go Kudus. Like I said, I'd probably go Kudus and Wood or Ndoye and Wood. Probably Kudus and Wood, actually. No, maybe not double Nottingham Forest. Go Kudus and Wood. All right, Niels. What are we saying this week, mate? I guess you got Palmer out. Nico, Nuri, Anderson at the back. It's not ideal. Dewsbury Hall, not ideal. Salah, Wirtz, Bruno. I feel like Dewsbury Hall has potential not to start this week, by the way. I know that you're not going to like that. Wood, Mateo. So is it Palmer and Gooey? You're the usual. Brought in Anderson for Palmer and like Gooey up to a JP or a someone Ekatike or someone, or I don't know, Pedro, or who else can we go in with there? Wood or Pedro? Gino, hey man, what's going on? I go Wood. Morphin, I'm confused on why people have Bruno in their team. He's playing as a centre mid out of position in horrendous formation. I don't think he's out of position. I also don't think it's a horrendous formation. I just think he's playing a bit deeper because they have different attacking players. I don't disagree with you why people brought him in. I would say, despite the fact that he's in my free hit team, if I wasn't on free hit, I would not have had Bruno. I think some people, it's just to cover the high ownership. I'd probably say Kunyarin and Mbeumo are probably better options for a higher upside. But given that so many people have Bruno, I think it's the fear of missing out. Wait, worst I brought in Anderson Palmer, waiting on GUI upgrade for next week. So Neil, so you got Anderson, Fernandez, Wirtz, Salah, Dewsbury Hall, and then you just got De Kuyper on the bench, Roden on the bench, Gui on the bench. Mate, that, in the nicest possible way, that team stinks for this week. I just feel like KDH in the team is not really very nice. Cap, I told you, mate. I said to you, Kudus and Wood, 2 transfers that you said. I don't know if you just play 4-3-3, they can like replace Bruno with Chris Wood. I think you got to play 3-4-3 really, and have 3 at the back. You want as many forwards as you can if you're in a free hit. Yes, and thanks. Sorry, Niels. You considered maybe free hitting this week, mate? I know it's like free hit into a wild card. I know it's rogue, but maybe it changes your luck around this season. I'm also interested in your game week ranks. Because I get Palmer in game day squad. I agree with you, Moores. I think Bruno's a very bad pick. I'd really consider a free hit here, Niels. Haaland or Wood on captaincy. I mean, mine's on Haaland, but I like Wood against West Ham is just so good. Like West Ham have been so poor defensively. So I really think either of those are good picks. I'm tempted to change my captaincy. I'm tempted to change 2 things: Pope for Pickford and captaincy. But I will be blaming Rob if Newcastle keep a clean sheet against Leeds. Hey Quex, what's good, man? Good to have ya. It is better late than never. That's right. I was saying earlier on the stream, where are you? Niels, have you? I'm genuinely looking at your team, thinking I feel like a free hit would be nice. Your free hit planned in 6. I almost feel like the strategy of free hit 3, wildcard 4 would actually be quite nice for your team. Free hit in 6 for what? Man City v Burnley, so you can get Haaland in. Is triple United midfield overkill? Yes, Unk. It is overkill. Definitely not triple United midfield. Hey, Paul, my man. He's here. Oh, yes. My, giving you the moderator icon in the chat now, mate. You're a special colour. Started 2 hours ago. Shit. That's all right, mate. But would you consider, Niels? I'm just because I genuinely think we should take a little bit of time on your team. Would you consider like wildcarding in 4 and putting Haaland in your wildcard team, and then not worrying about the free hit in 6? Sure thing, Quex. You'll be in next. This is my first FPL. I'm on 140 points at the moment. Is that wash low? I generally don't know if it's good because most streamers don't show their points. 140 is great, mate. I think I'm on like 110 or 115 or something like that. Let me have a look. Whatever Harry's on, I'm on like 2 points more than him. Cap, I'm on 77. Where am I? Because like maybe Niels, if I do something for you, 109. Sorry, sorry, Aaron. Aaron, you're doing awesome, man. You're doing so good. You keep going. That's such an amazing start. 140 points is incredible. Like you're doing insane. What's your team? What are you thinking for this week? Can I help? Who did Rico captain for you? Yeah, Rico. He's not on stream today. He hasn't given me the week. I lost a bet last week, for those of you that weren't in the chat. I lost a bet, which means that Rico can choose what week my triple captain is played in. Because I bet him that João Pedro wouldn't score. Well, no, he bet me that João Pedro would score. Niels, yeah. What about if we just do a little look at something like this? Like a plan FPL team, and we like what a wild card in 4 might look like. This is like rough wild card in 4. Like what would you be looking at? Like could you do, and then like if you're looking at game week 6, you'd have like quite a lot of like what would your team have been in 6 otherwise that you were free hitting in? Because I feel like other than the goalies, which don't rotate amazingly, which potentially I need to look at, like this team for 6 is quite nice with like Haaland, Reinders, Ekatike, Wood against Sunderland, Kudus against Wolves, Pedro Porro v Wolves. You're looking at wildcard 7 or 3 to bring in like Arsenal assets or to go bigger. I think 13 though, right? You have enough time to plan your team for 13, and you can have Liverpool and Man City assets by that point. Because I know basically 13, everyone's going to be looking at Liverpool, City, maybe continuing on with Crystal Palace anyway, Bournemouth. But like realistically, like I'm going to have those players in my team anyway. Like I've got Ekatike, Gakpo, Haaland all in this team anyway, and I'm going to have Munoz for Palace. Like who else would I have for 13? I'm not sure that 13 actually for me makes any difference, because my team's going to have those guys anyway. And like 7, I kind of agree. Like maybe the Arsenal backline, but this is possibly a stage where once we get to game week 7, I start to move out of Nottingham Forest and maybe into Arsenal, and potentially even out of like a Pedro Porro, or like maybe after Leeds. So like this then starts to become like a Gabriel or whatever, and then like you're so sure that Isak will be at Liverpool. Yeah, well we'll obviously know that next week. So I mean that definitely changes the wildcard team. But I mean this could easily be like Isak, or this like these guys could change. But I mean it doesn't change the teams, roughly the teams that you're going to be looking at 7 and 13. I feel like you could definitely use transfers to get in the players that you want. And it feels like to me a little bit that your team at the moment is in a bit of trouble. Oh, sorry, I'm literally not showing the screen. I'm going to start again now because I was sharing the wrong screen. But this is basically what I was looking at, a wild card on 4. And you've got like a Haaland, Reinders, Gakpo, Ekatike, Kudus, Pedro Porro, Munoz. Like you've got a lot in this wild card in 4. And then if you wanted to get towards like your free hit in 6, like, or wildcard in 6 or 7, like still this team, like this covers your free hit team in 6 because you got like the Reinders, Haaland, you know, okay, maybe this becomes like an Isak and Gakpo. I'm not sold, but you got Kudus, Pedro Porro in 6, Wood against Sunderland. Like it's easily as nice as what I would probably free hit. Maybe the goalkeepers need to be looked at. And then in 7, maybe you bring Gabriel into the defence and then you slowly start, maybe this now starts to become to look like a Saka. And like there's definitely money in that team if he's back. So then for him to come back into that squad, you've got money up front already that this could easily become Gyökeres if you free up like, you know, a 0.5 mil elsewhere at some point over the weeks building up to that. Hey, Quex, sorry, still on the same team, but I'll pull you up in a second. So I do think with transfers, you can still get to the teams that you want for 7 and definitely for 13. Like, if I was to not make those transfers in 7, I mean, even if I was, but like by the time you get to 13, this could easily come back towards having old man Haaland. And you still have the money in there to do these sort of moves. So the reason I'm wanting to wait is to see what a rotation will be like once Champions League starts. Yeah, but I think you then just build your team with like a little bit of bench protection. And I think if you do go without Salah, which probably, in my opinion, is potentially the way to go, it allows you to have that sort of like extra midfielder on the bench. You get that 4.0 defender that's playing. Did you say you saw that Barnes isn't signed? No, I didn't say that. I will look actually quickly if I've got anything on team news. But my phone died, which is not ideal. Just plug it into my charger. He isn't starting. Barnes, where did you see that? No, I didn't say that. I think if you have rotation, you have the like that. That's gonna like, yeah. I just think if you have the rotation, that you're able to manage that a little bit. If you have a bet like 5.5, maybe like an Anderson Reinders combo, it gives you that ability. Otherwise, if you're on the transfers, then I guess, yeah, what Dekoipa, Rodon and Goy is going to be sitting on your bench. Hey man, Nico v Milenkovic. I'll go Milenkovic. Are you on free hit? You were, weren't you? Milenkovic for the goal threat, man. And also West Ham have been awful defending set pieces. I think Alanga might be on pens. No Barnes. Let me have a look at this. Oh, he says the Sula starts, no Barnes. I'm not sure. Let me try and find that out. Not sure how reliable. Why would they leave out Barnes? Ramsey? Ramsey plays, maybe? Yeah, no worries, Niels. Pickford sells what you pick. I couldn't tell you, Kansara. This is one of my dramas at the moment as well. I'm going to have a think about my team at about 7:30, guys. So Let me just do you Quex since you're back in. And then I'll do a bit of searching on this. I'll see if my new Newcastle link has got any news on Harvey Barnes. Actually, let me actually check that to see if he's posted anything. Nothing from Craig. Yeah, Craig Hope's pretty good on the Newcastle stuff. He broke the Waltz mode news. He hasn't posted anything on Newcastle team news. Let me just I'll tell you what, I'm just gonna at someone that I know knows about this stuff in that NUFC will thing. And then see if he replies me in the next, because we got some time. Oh, Rico, get out of my chat, mate. I'm not doing anything for you, you scumbag. You scumbag. Thanks, Luca. I'll try and get back to you guys in the next like 10-15 on that Barnes news. Unfortunately, my fucking phone died at a very non-useful time. It's on my WhatsApp. Quex, all right, mate. What are your thoughts for this game week? What did you say? Palmer Jorginho. Late AVFC Elanga over Barnes. I have been saying that regardless of the news. Palmer and Jorginho out. I'm assuming you are going. Or are you keeping Jorginho in here? Back, sells Milenkovic, Pedro Porro, and +1. Do you for Esteve or Rodon? Do you go Esteve and just back against Man United? Why not Dango over Newcastle? Rico Sinclair. Game week 8 triple captain and let me skip the queue. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let me just finish Quex and then I'll get straight to you, Rico. Thank you so much, mate. Really appreciate that. What a legend. Game week 8 triple captain. Wow. Who am I going for there? Oof. Liverpool v United. Yeah, I go Salah against United. Go Mo Salah against United. He always bags goals against them. Or if Rob's still in the chat, Leeds have got Burnley, so I could go big on Parawi. Triple captain. Nah, he wouldn't do that to me because I'm already on free hit. I can't play the triple captain. Steph for the hate watch. Parawi won't start. Is that because you've got Okafor now? Yeah. Okafor it is then. Yeah, I think Quex, are you here, mate? You are, right? I think it's maybe Esteve, Milenkovic, Pedro Porro back against United. Go a bit differential. Cap C, mate. I've told you so many times the transfers. Like, why do you not listen to me? I've said it. Kudus and whoever the flipping striker was, Wood. And make the transfers you said, just for Kudus and Wood instead of Star. It's not me, it's you. Morning, Rico. Love the triple captain shout. Rico, I do not love anything about it. Lucky you're a nice bloke. You're a terrible... I'm so conflicted right now. God damn it. Is Barnes out then? Unconfirmed. Unconfirmed. I'll come back to you guys in the next 15 minutes. I just tagged someone in that message to see if it's legit. Reinders, Salah and Dye. Watkins, Gyökeres, Fulkrug on the bench. Palmer out, Jorginho out. Probably bring in probably bring in Kudus. Or you got some options, Quex. You go Fulkrug out for Richarlison, and you can choose to get rid of Palmer, or you can go like Jorginho to Anderson, or you could go Palmer down to like a Kudus, a Ndoye, an Anderson, and Fulkrug up to Wood, or you can go Palmer down to one of those and Jorginho also down to one of those. Those are my thoughts, Quex. Rico, what was your team ID? Did you put it in? Why is my phone so bad? Like, it just won't charge. Just won't charge. It's great. So annoying. Sorry. Oh, you just sent on Insta. You don't know your team ID. Come on, man. Help a brother out. Team ID, Insta. Oh, yeah, I got you. Hold on a second while I just pull it up. Yeah, all right. Pedro Porro. Oh, no, this is not. Wait, is this free hit, Rico? This is like so nice. Who's the captain between Bruno and Wood? Probably Wood for me. Yeah, this is really similar to my team, to be honest. Like, all I'd say from here is I probably prefer Dango over Sarr. I just feel like Villa are a good defense, and Palace, since Eze's left, I've like scored like maybe 1 goal in 2 games or something. The rest I like. I like that you targeted that Nottingham Forest game. My other consideration for you would be João Pedro versus Richarlison. Or like Sarr v Kudus. Yeah, I know Sarr does always score against Villa, but Palace also normally have a full strength side. I mean, look, I think it's fine. If you feel like that, then go Sarr. Like, there's nothing like free hit. You got to go for the punts that you like. And I don't think Sarr's a bad pick. I personally prefer some other people, but I think I like. There's none of those picks I look at and say they're wrong. I think captaincy. I'm on Haaland as well. I think you could go Wood. Those are the only 2 I'd probably consider. Chuck Dollar on Palace Villa 0-0 paying 10-1. That's also I also tip Palace Villa 0-0 as well, Christian. Nils, I think I said Wood between the 2. Cody, I'm back. I'm going and Ndoye and Arias to Kudus next week. I like that, Cody. Would you ever do Kuna or Mbeumo over Bruno though, just because of the price difference? I would consider Cunha over Bruno. Yeah, I would consider that. I just think Bruno obviously has additional routes to points, but I think if Man United are actually good, then Cunha becomes a good option. If Man United are average, then Bruno probably outscores them both. Highly likely Richarlison doesn't play game week 4 as Brazil internationals always comes back too late. Yeah, but for a free hit in game week 3, I like Richarlison. I probably think like for longer term, potentially not. But yeah, that's a very astute point, Rob. Thank you for that. Christian, guessing I'm going to Langer now. Can't risk it. Erika, if it helps. Levu! Wow! Hello, my friend. How the hell are you, mate? Woof. It does feel like years you haven't tuned in. How are you going this season, mate? Let me know what your team is. Eamon, are you sending me photos, mate? I can't see any of them. Eamon, send me your team ID, bro, not the photos, if you want me to look at your free hit. Just send me your team ID in the chat in here. I'll pull your team. Oh, this is your free hit team, isn't it? Yeah, never mind. Send me the screenshot. I don't know why it's not sending. It says you sent 2 photos, but I can't see any of them on Insta. How good is Bournemouth defense? Doesn't look amazing. I got them, bro. I got them. Which one should I be looking at? The free hit team. Yes, I see. I see. Let me pull it up on screen. All right, so I think sells Nico Williams. Nice. Tarko again, agree. Pedro Porro, not like. I don't really have any change. Like, don't really have any change. It's pretty similar to my team. I'd probably go Milenkovic over Nico Williams for the goal threat. Otherwise, yeah, I'm pretty. I think he's pretty good. Levu, how's your season going, mate? Oh, sorry. Joanne Walters, who's the best person to captain this game week? Haaland, Wood, potentially Rogue Cunha. Kudus v Dango. Yeah, I'd more say for your team, Eamon, like João Pedro v Kudus is probably what I'd be looking at. Spurs are due for dud game. Yeah, or Thomas Frank has got them rolling. Hey, I'm going to use your free hit, but I don't have enough for Pickford, so who should I go for 5 minutes? Just put anybody in, really. Put Sells in. Not on a free hit and now got 6.4 mil in the bank with all transfers done. Orange Apple, lol. Salah upgrade incoming. Or Haaland. What's my best rank? I think like 50k. I mean, last year was the only year I've taken it seriously. I normally just play like head-to-head mini leagues with my mates. I think I was like 58k last year or 61k or something. But I only started content creating like game week 10. So this is the year. This is the year to prove I'm actually a legendary content creator. I'm going to finish top 10k. You heard it here first. Yeah, I think Thomas Frank's a great manager as well. I listened to some of the YouTube stuff he does on like how he tactically sets up for people. Yeah, Thiago could be nice this week as well, Paul. I agree. My phone is actually dead. Yeah, I wouldn't mind actually just like quietly having a look at my own team and just discussing whether this... Like, I could be swayed by a couple of players right now. And I think one of them is Sells. One of them is Sells. 1.5. One of them is Pickford. But maybe I stick to my guns on Pope. Stick to my guns. Who was the other? Oh, it was Captaincy, wasn't it? Haaland versus Wood. That's probably the other call that I think I'm going to stick with what I've gone for. I think I like that. I've got Milenkovic, Wood, and Doy. So I think I'll just go Pope. Sells Kudus JP over Pope and Doy Wood. Yeah, I mean, Edwin, to be honest, those are the exact moves that I have chosen this team between the other team. Those were the two teams I had. So I think I made the call to I don't disagree that that's also a nice one. How much is membership? It is 50p a game week. So it's about £2 a month. Yeah. The fitness guy. Kudus or Mbumo for Palmer or Sarr for Palmer and Wood for Gui. I would go Kudus and Wood. Kudus for Palmer and Wood for Gui. Wait, for free hit 4 and wildcard 8. Yeah, I'd go Kudus and Wood for Palmer and Gui. For me, I haven't seen anything of Doy, literally nothing, so I'm going Kudus because I know he's a baller. Yeah, I like Kudus as well. I mean, Kudus could be this bench option, but it's just because I've gone Richarlison. Actually, my thoughts were Sells, Kudus, JP over Pope and Doy, Richarlison, not Wood. I was definitely having Wood in my team. Rank 2 Tajikistan, 30k in the world, bro. Yes, my guy. How good. Joanne, I think I said Haaland, maybe Wood are probably the two options I'd consider. That is epic, mate. That is absolutely epic, Levu. I'm so happy for that. Why do you say Wood 100%? Because West Ham have been the poorest defence in the Premier League so far. Looked really bad that I can't not have Wood. I think he's got to be in a free hit team. Whereas Fulham are decent at the back. So JP for me is a discussion point. Bournemouth, I don't think they're great at the back, but not as bad as West Ham. And then Haaland is just obviously he plays for one of the best teams in the league. Thanks, mate. I like my team as well. Why not João Pedro for Richarlison, Emad? Yeah, I think that's a valid change as well, but I think Tottenham have been in good form. I think Richarlison's been in great form. I think Bournemouth is potentially a nicer fixture than Fulham, so just got to go with your gut and go with what you back. I can't have JP and Wood. It's either Wood Rich or JP Rich. I'd probably go Wood and Richarlison then. Well, I mean, that's what I have gone for. So, João Pedro captain or Bruno? Don't really like either, but I'd probably go JP, to be honest. Couldn't you? I'm so close between João Pedro and Richarlison. Yeah, I found that a really hard call, but I wanted to be... Yeah, I also think a lot of people probably went the front... The front three of a lot of teams I've seen have been those three, and I feel what's the point in going free hit with all the same players as people have? You want to pick something that is a little bit different, but also you think is going to do well. So, yeah, I think Spurs have been in great form, and my thoughts are potentially Chelsea just did really well against West Ham because West Ham are so shit. So maybe Chelsea go back to the 0-0 form that we saw them against Palace, and then João Pedro don't do anything. Whereas Spurs have been good against all teams, So that's why I went for that. My house falling apart. Yeah. No, I bought something off Temu. It's like an armrest. It's specifically for the stream. Actually, it's really stupid, but. It's so my arm can sit comfortably. Forest predicted 1.67 goals, Chelsea 2.0, Spurs 1.96. Have they taken into account that West Ham are absolute tragic and Chris Wood scores every time he touches the ball? So over prediction, over. If you have an XG of 0.2, Chris Wood's probably going to score. So they're predicting Chris Wood to score 8 goals. That's mad. Chris Wood always overperforms XG, mate. Always overperforms XG. I'm locked in except for defence. Which one would you drop? Shah, Porro, Milenkovic, Cucurella? Porro, Shah. I like Milenkovic. I wouldn't drop him. Let me put it that way. Luke, who's your goalie? Timu's goated, mate. Timu's goated. I actually love Timu. No. Good, Edwin. I like throwing out the numbers, mate. It's great. I mean, that's also close that I think I've made my call. Goalie's Pickford. Yeah, fuck. I can't go against Chris Wood, mate. You've seen it last year. Never go against Chris Wood. Yeah, maybe Shah then. See Rick Arlison scoring a hat-trick this week. Yes, Rico, this is what I need on my stream from you. You to be supporting the players that I have in my side. Yes, that is what every time you tell me someone's going to score, they score. So yes, keep telling me about Richarlison scored that trick. Can you make that bet with Rico? Can you make that bet? Because Rico never loses bets, as we know on the stream. So, Rico, if you can make that bet with Luca, that'd be fantastic. Not sure I'm going to I'll be including that part on the stream though, Luca. But yeah, please make that bet. That's it. If you make that bet, I might even captain Richarlison now. Who's my vice? Cunha. Yeah, fuck. Oh, no, Pedro Porro could. Now he's someone that I'm sort of reconsidering. Bournemouth could score. That's maybe a bit of a wild pick from me, Pedro Porro. Cucurella is nice. Cucurella's nice. Bruno Richarlison or Mbeumo Wood? Ooh, Mbeumo Wood. The thing is, Richarlison and João Pedro could both score, but who will get more? Rico, let's not backtrack, mate. Let's not stick to Richarlison hat-trick, please. Thank you. No more commentary on anything else. Don't you think people are sleeping on Richarlison and no one respects, or you think Frank can fix Solanke with Xavi edition? Oh yeah, people like anyone that's saying that Richarlison is going to lose his spot to Solanke is wrong. He's not. Like he's going to keep starting until he stops performing. So he's going in my free hit team. Solanke's going to get his chances. Solanke's going to get his chances to play, but Richarlison's the main man at the moment. So yeah, I agree. I don't think anyone's spoken about Richarlison. They're all too nervous about like, oh, he might lose minutes here and there. But you know, you got to select the players that are in good form start of the season. Try and grab them early while they're running. Thoughts on my wildcard, Garanch? I think don't wildcard, mate. Is my thoughts. Rada Bradford, Van der Ven, Cash, Livramento, Milenkovic, Stev, Saar, Semenyo, Salah, Kudus, Gakpo, Pedro, Ekitike, Wood. I'd have Haaland over Salah. I wouldn't have Semenyo. I wouldn't have Saar. I wouldn't have Estev. I wouldn't have Van der Ven. I probably wouldn't have Raya. I might have Raya. Raya's alright. Yeah, I'd probably not have most of those players. I mean, that's probably not what you want to hear, but you're giving me a very difficult situation of you just posting it in the chat and hoping I can do it. Estev probably would be Alderete for me. This is my free hit, Elmi, yeah. Saar would be Kudus. Semenyo would be Enzo. Salah would be Ilanga. Gakpo's good. Pedro's good. Ekitike's good. Wood's good. That's probably what I'd do, Grunch. Yeah, wildcard is a tough call this game week. I haven't really thought about a 3 wildcard. I've thought more. If you want to see, I'll tell you what, mate. I'll show you I'll show you what my game week 4 wildcard would be. That's probably the best way I can help you. Oh, subscribe. Yeah, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Click the like button. If you haven't liked the video, give me a like. Help me out. Help a brother in need. Oh my god, it's actually so annoying. It's like the connector is like totally fucked. Why won't you charge, you scumbag? Worse than Rico's decisions on my triple captains. Alright, let me see if I got any news on this Newcastle Barnes dilemma. Are you still doing the how to lose FPL team? Yeah, I am. I've got that. Liverpool offer now expected for Isaac. Okay. Yeah, nothing on team. Nothing on Harvey Barnes. Yeah, do you want to see my... do I have that team? I think I've got that team. My lose FPL team is somewhere. I reckon I'm going to lose FPL this year. I genuinely don't think anyone can defeat me for coming last. I've got off to the perfect start. Ciao Pedro hate watch. We will be there. Semenyo long term will be better over Elanga. Yeah, you know me. I just don't like Semenyo. I've gone Esteve to Anya and Bruno to Semenyo because I rolled last week, meaning I had true transfers. What do you think? I think you're a psychopath, AWB fanatic. Why would you move Bruno out of your team this week? This is the week that you would want him in your team. Psychopath. I don't like Semenyo's finishing since 2014. This is my team. It's looking sexy. Sexy as hell. You tell me someone that you should have instead of that. Could Mbumo start up top, Mount, Cunha behind? I would say Cunha starts up top with them two behind. That's how they normally start. Bench one out of these. Semenyo, Salah, Reinders, Rodgers, Fernandez, Wood, Pedro, Watkins. Semenyo? No. Reindeer, probably. You've convinced me to switch JP to Richarlison. I've not convinced you that whatsoever, Luca. You're definitely always going Richarlison. Thoughts on triple Man United midfield? Elmine, don't do that. It's crazy. Romano is such a waffler. Correct. I reckon Niels can. What, lose FPL? I just don't like Semenyo's finishing in 2024. Hey, I've been saying it for a long time, and he keeps missing sitter after sitter, but then he somehow scores like other chances. So he gets enough chances that he's allowed to be crap at finishing, I think. Where is Meslier? Hey, I didn't get him in my team in time. He's now left. So if I try and do transfers, I think. If I look for Meslier. Oh, it's because he's actually at Leeds still, isn't he? He hasn't left yet. So, yeah, it's a superb team, though, isn't it? Bro's trying to get onto FPL Focal. No, I actually just thought that was quite fun. I saw that video. I like, to be honest, I've got to say, I think FPL Focal definitely does the most interesting, like, different videos. Like, absolutely love it. Like, if I had the time in my life to come up with these things, I would definitely do that. But I work an actual job, so not possible. But I love it. Like, honestly, like, he does some superb videos. Weekly hat trick. Yeah, Wheatley's on loan, so he's done for. Can I just take -4s every week? Yeah, basically every week I just sell Mudryk 20 times to somebody. But you can only make maximum of 20 transfers in FPL every week. Martinez or Sell or Pope? I would say Sells or Pope, Sheriff or Hakeem, and also Hey Mate. I might go Charlton, JP and Wood up top. Rico, nice. Yeah, I'm still on Haaland captain. Meslier is iconic. Quex, want to bring in Barnes for Ruta. How much in the bank? Don't bring in Barnes because although I don't believe the chat, there's rumours that Barnes may not be playing. Apparently this guy always gets it right. So, apparently Barnes doesn't start and Asula starts. So, I'll actually, do you know what? I'll show you guys because that makes way more sense than me just... So, this guy, Will, NUFC Will 1892 on Twitter. And apparently he's reliable. But this is a bit of a rogue account as well. So he's got Shah starts, Tonali starts, Asula starts, Barnes out. Which is very interesting. Very interesting. I mean, I think we knew Shah started. One more bit of news to come before the deadline. I'll follow this guy. Add him to my team leaks. Team leaks list. Anything else from anybody on here? No, those are the only ones that have come through. Only major things are Brycey is Shah starts, Tonali starts, Asula starts, Barnes doesn't start. Apparently, this is what we're seeing from this guy Will, who supposedly is reliable. There is some... yeah, no one's really said anything, but yeah, supposedly reliable. We'll see. So I would go Elanga regardless, just to be safe if anybody's choosing in between those guys. That means we got to just get stuck in, yeah. Nish, yes, back at your usual timings, mate. Who's your captaincy choicing? When am I wildcarding Joe Cole? Wildcard 4. Elanga look lively. Would go him regardless. Just, what happens to Jacob Murphy? Is he going to play? Probably not. I think it's unreliable, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's reliable, but I would probably go Elanga regardless. I think I like Elanga regardless anyway. Quex, want to bring Barnes for Ruta? Yeah, so Quex, where's your bloody team gone now, mate? Yeah, I would say Elanga for Ruta. Palmer down to... Who are you going for? Who was the Palmer transfer? Quex? Start Anderson or Diouf? Anderson. Bapupos. What a name. Let me just read through this chat. Joe Linton's out. He's injured. He got injured against Liverpool. He's a groin strain. Yeah, Brycey. Paul's got the moderator's duties. Look at his little settings arrow now. He's fully integrated. A+ bench Wirtz or Sarr? Sarr? depending on how many Liverpool assets you have. If you have like Salah, Wirtz, and Ekitike, then Wirtz. But if you just have one other, then Sarr. I might just risk it with Wood. Yeah, I think Wood's a good captaincy choice, Nish, bro. Apparently he got 2 things wrong last season. If he gets this one right, then you can trust him. But Elanga is probably better anyway. Oh, he got 2 things wrong. How many things did he report? It feels very early to have that sort of team news. You know what I mean? Anyway, maybe he's right. Anyway, I would go Elanga regardless, to be honest. Like, if you're on free here, I think Elanga's the better option. So it doesn't change much. The Tonali shout does change my thinking a little bit, though. Kudus and Bumo, Brennan Johnson, choose one for next 5 game weeks. Kudus, Bryce. Dango v Elanga, though. Who to bench? Why are you benching one of them? Can you play them both? Oh, you're playing Kudus. Is that right? I'd probably bench Elanga, mate. Do I go with triple Forest attack? I don't hate that, but I think it's too much. I think double plus a Milenkovic is fine. Is Wood a good captain? Yeah, I think Wood's a good captain. Watkins or Gyökeres to Wood, bro. I wouldn't make the transfer, mate. Maybe. I would. If I was to make the transfer, I'd go Watkins to Wood. Should I get a cheaper defender like Burn, Aina, Livramento over Milenkovic or Kukurea in order to get Gyökeres in the wild card? When are you wild carding, Radu? Late AVFC 2. Who's 2? Uh, 15 minutes to deadline, guys. 15 minutes to go. Dango's going to blank, man. I think I'm taking him out. Okay. Captain Cunha and Bumo or Kudus? Cunha. Late. Edwin, finally have a profile picture. Here we go. All right, let me check this out. There he is. That's a nice profile picture as well, mate. Where's that? That looks like a nice place. Quex, I just did Ruta Palmer and Fulkrug to Wood, Neto and Elanga. Yeah, nice. Should I bench and die? Yeah, I'd probably bench and die. No, I'd probably bench Reinders. Play and die. Kudus off the bench now, prime tinkering time whilst procrastinating for chores. That's right. Wildcard is active now, bro. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, I wouldn't get Gyökeres in now. No, I wouldn't do that. Play and die for penalties. Yeah, sorry, that is correct. Play and die. I'd bench Reinders. Adam Bailey, Jorginho to Elanga. Yes, like that, mate. Liguria, Italy. Is that where you're from, Edwin? Sounds like a nice place. Is that like near Amalfi Coast way? All right, Wood captain it is. Now I'll watch Bruno play his best match this season-ish. Probably, mate. Boss Arhill still confused on who to play, Reinders or Semenyo against my Spurs defence. Max upside, play Reinders. Thanks, Paul. You're a legend, Captain Wood. Why Paul? Why is Paul the legend? Why you get all the credit? Nah, Paul actually is the legend, to be fair. He's the one keeping this chat running, mate. Without Paul, it'd be nowhere. Big Gyok running down the space where Bradley should be. Easy keep. Yeah, mate. Bradley's going to kick him in the cannon for a chest. No, grew up close to the Swiss border. That's near Genoa towards France. Ah, okay. Yeah, that's my travel plans next year. I'll be in Europe for some cricket, so planning to travel through. Is he actually? Nah, get out of here. Let's have a look at this guy. Elanga out. That is a G up, bro. I can't believe this. And this is what we're seeing. That is, how can they be without Barnes and Elanga? Who plays? Jacob Murphy and Jacob Ramsey. Mate, that is fucking... That can't be real. This has got to be a wind up. This is a wind up, bro. Nah. I can't live. I can't. Nah, that's a wind up, mate. That's a wind up. There's no way. Nah, I can't believe that. I can't believe that. I can't believe that, Luca, bro. That's definitely a wind up. Nah. Ignore all of those comments about Barnes, Elanga, Tonali, etc. Aussie for president, that's right. Rico and Doya, Gibbs White for 1 week. I reckon... I don't know. Gibbs White? Kudus or Sarr? Kudus. Dango and JP or Nito and Richarlison? Dango and Richarlison. Sorry, what? Elanga out, boys. Yeah, I don't. Adam Bailey. I'm a Newcastle fan, and NUFC Will was also a bullshit in the know. Okay, thank you, mate. I'm gonna have a look at my this WhatsApp channel as well to see if anybody's said anything on Newcastle from the Daily Mail Sport guys. Nothing from him. You can't, to be honest. Do you know what? I don't even know why I'm buying into this chat. Newcastle aren't even early flipping fixture. He doesn't know any. This is all BS. Sorry, my brain is like I don't know why I'm listening to any of this rubbish. Yeah, ignore all of that, man. They don't know any of the team news because there's not even the early fixture. He deletes what he gets wrong. I feel like Gakpo's a good shout. Gakpo's nice. Only news actually seen is Cherky is out. Strand Larson as well out. Still stuck between Haaland or Woods captain. I've gone Haaland, but I think Woods good as well. Yeah, I mean, you just got to pick and hope for the best. Chelsea midfielder, Enzo Fernandez, Kentaro. Borrow and Richie in, lovely. We're working with the news we have at hand, and that's why we wait as long as we can to deadline for information. Kukurea, Gabriel or Milenkovic for wildcard. Milenkovic. Bruno or Salah cap. Bruno. You guys are making me think about Pedro Porro as well. 6, all good, bro. Sorry so late. Would you do any of the midfielders for Ilman and Dye? Are you talking about my team? Or your what's your team? What midfielders? Anonymous. Larson to Pedro Mateta for a -4 or play Wirtz and wait. Play Wirtz and wait. Is Gakpo going to be top pick after internationals? Yeah, if Liverpool don't sign Isak, he will be. If Liverpool sign Isak, everyone's going to be concerned about minutes, but I would pick Gakpo. My team is basically your free hit team. Then yeah, I would go. Ndai for anyone. I mean, you could go Ndai for any of those guys. The only person I wouldn't do him for is for Cunha, but you could put in Ndai for any of the other three, in my opinion. But like, obviously, like this is what I think is the best team because it's my free hit team. But yeah, I would say like if you want to go Ndai, you could put him for anyone. Spurs will have the new player walked out prior to kickoff. Buff to consider. As in Xavi Simons. Man, Xavi Simons might be a nice pick after international break. I'll be tempted. I would be tempted with him in my team. I want to see how Spurs line up today. 7 minutes to a deadline, guys. So final questions. Get them in now. Check your teams. Lock your teams in. Obviously, FPL doesn't lock it at the deadline anyway, so you can probably do it a couple of minutes after. I'm joking. Lock them in before the deadline. Despite the last 2 weeks, they let me make changes after. Hey, Leo, Bonte, what's up, bro? Any last minute things you need to whiz through? We got 7 minutes, mate. 7 minutes till deadline. All right, team is set. Can you check X real quick? Yes, boss. Can't see anything on X. Who's Xing me? Lika, why are you lying, bro? Bunty, Wood or Bruno or Salah Cap? I'd go Wood of those three. Done Palmer and Gui out. Wood and Semenyo in. Interesting. Yeah, I've been talking about Kudus today. We'll see though. The FFC fan who you follow said the Newcastle guy is known for making up leaks. Oh, nice. Okay, well, I'm going to take him right off my follow and team leaks page. Luca stressing us out last minute. Thanks, mate. Love a bit of last minute team news drama. I was saying this Dango Tara is underlooked. I reckon he's Brentford's new Mbumo. Rico, yeah, I'd go Dango over Sarr. Abhishek, Kukure, Milenkovic, Porro. Anyone you recommend to change? No, I think that looks nice, mate. Cubing and gaming. Is Bowen a sell or do I wait it out for one more week? Team value in the mud, 99.6. Any suggestions for Bowen, Marlon and Ekatike? Definitely keep Ekatike. Bowen, if you're going to move to Wood. Marlon might start this week. I think Tielemans might drop into the deeper pivot role. Rodgers in attacking mid and potentially Marlon on that left wing if Kamara is out, which they said potentially. Yeah, I'm on free hit. But yeah, I mean, I like Dango. Elanga or Gakpo. You're on wildcard, Radu, so I would go Gakpo. Thoughts on Watkins? I mean, what can you do if you've got him? Like, he's probably not the first guy that you're looking to remove. You're thinking you bring Niels. I actually think like something's happened. Are you all right? Do we need to like sit down and have a chat? Last week's 8 Nuri captaincy. This week you're thinking of bringing in Watkins. Villa ain't scored any goals, mate. And they got Palace and Everton next 2 game weeks. Bring him in game week 5. Why don't you wait and see with Watkins? Because like loads of people have him anyway. So by bringing him in, you're not going to really help your rank. If you wait a couple of weeks, then he might be all right. They don't lose at home. Yeah, they might draw 0-0 though. Palace are very good away as well. You could say Palace don't concede away from home. They were like 6 games in a row not conceding away from home. I wouldn't bring in Watkins, mate. I wouldn't bring in Watkins. Luca, your final team. Luca, your final team looks suspiciously familiar, mate. I would say we're going to end up on the same points this week unless Shah scores a goal or Tarkovsky scores a goal. So I like it. Game week 5 and 6 for Watkins. I agree with that. Game week 5, I think. Thanks, Paul. Great call. I'm not sure. Actually, I'm not sure if that was regarding the triple captain or the game weeks 5 and 6. Paul, you're getting all the credit this week, mate. I'm sure I said the same thing. Do you know what, Paul? Can I Skype you? Can I get you in? We'll get you on stream. I'm gonna have my food. I'm gonna eat some snacks. Guys, 2 minutes to the deadline. Let's stop fucking around. Lock in your teams. Taking out Sarr, brought in Kudus, nice. Anthony Vass, do I go Sells instead of Pope or delete instead of Tarkovsky? I mean, I probably wouldn't, but you can do Sells instead of Pope. Probably not delete instead of Tarkovsky. Adam, Captain Fernandez, sure. Edwin, Elanga or Dango? I'll go Dango. I'm hurting. I love you really, Paul. Don't worry. Team news. Strand Larson out. Dylan, that's the only one. Well worth it. Bring in Paul. That's right. Sack me off. I'm done. Malin or Evan Nilsson? Who do I start? Evan Nilsson, probably. Richarlison or Kudus or Mbumo. Richarlison. 2 minutes. Paul, can you answer the questions, please? I'm just going to eat for... Starts Menyo and Doi, Gabriel or Porro. For one game week, QB and Gaming, what are you in? Right now, I go Porro. Captain Cunha or Haaland. 1 minute. Lock those teams. Or Wood. I'm still on Haaland. But Wood's good too. I love a bit of good Wood. I like to have Wood. Don't clip me. Porro over Gabriel. Thanks, Paul. You're a legend. Captain Piastri or Norris Piastri? No, I don't know, actually. I should really say Norris. My family are Norris fans, so... Vice captain. Who's my vice captain? Oh yeah, my vice captain's Cunha. Are we locked? Switch to Wood captain with 1 second left. Oh my god. Fantasy F1 is a bit more restrictive. All right, let's see if they have actually locked it this week at the correct time. Probably not. Oh, it is actually locked. The FPL site has finally done it at the right time for the first time so far this season. The game is updating. We are locked. Wow. All right, so a few things probably still to go through, although we're locked in now, guys, is for those of you that are thinking of doing the free hit game week 3 and wildcard game week 4, we can look at what players are likely to price rise, and then essentially who should we be bringing in ASAP as soon as the window opens. So if I try and pull up live FPL for that, and then hopefully we can just have a look, and then we can take a look at the game day squad as well. As you can see, bottom left of the screen, it's another free-to-play fantasy football game. You can win $250 every week. You don't have to have signed up in game week 1. Every week they do payouts and prizes. Neil's actually managed to come in first place last week in one of the leagues. So it is very possible for just starting right now. You can win next week $250 every week. Use my promo code to sign up. And if you want any additional packs, I can send them through to you. It's sort of like FIFA style packs openings, but you get a bunch of additional ones if you use my promo code to sign up, which will help you. We'll go through it a little bit later, but let's just do the let's look at the guys that look like they're going to go up in price, which is it's kind of crazy. I'm not sure these are correct. Ndoi, okay, can I get these on? This is not showing very well on the screen. 1 sec. Let me just... I just find a way to show this a bit better. Let me just try this. That's not helpful either. Nope. Nothing is easy to show this bloody screen. Alright, maybe you can see that. All right, so basically, summary of predictions is maybe the way to show it more easily. This is who they think is going to rise in price tonight. So Ndoi, Cash, Lewis, Chalobah, Raya, and then potentially Mbumo, Vicario, Neto, Wood, Sarr, Dorgu. Not sure how I feel about Newcastle's new number 9 for 80 mil. Yeah, he's actually like branded the like Musiala Messi. Like they think that he's like 6'6" Musiala Messi. I'm not convinced. Good luck everyone, by the way, this game week if you are running away. But yeah, for what I'd look for a wild card going forwards, then I'd look to be trying to get in Ndoi, Cash. I don't know if I would have Raya on a wild card anyway, but I might just bring him in just for that price rise. Like basically, I'd be trying to bring in a lot of these guys so that over that international break, if they go up in price, they might go up 0.2 mil. So I'd be trying to bring in basically everyone here that's going to go up in price, unless there's people in your team already that have already gained 0.1 million. Then I would like not transfer them out, because if they gain 0.1, you get that. Is there any news on Rota? I'm not sure if he's out for some time. They said he might be available for this week, so I don't think it's long term for Rota. But my guess is he doesn't play this week and then comes back after the international break. So if I just take a look then at the plan FPL and a wildcard team. Oh dear. Yes. Good comment, Neil. So when you do wildcard, another interesting thing that you should know is that you actually should just make all your transfers without pressing the wildcard button, because as soon as you press that wildcard button for your team, it will essentially like not add those as transfers and not help your players rise in price. So you want to try and add, you want to try and make those transfers without pressing the wildcard button, and then on the last day, then press your wildcard button, because then your transfers will count towards price rises. So don't press that wildcard button just before until the day before the deadline. So if I try and put together a team from these guys, so Ndoi, Cash, Rico Lewis, Chalobah, Raya in goal, Mbumo is wild. Definitely not going to be having him in there. Vicario. I'll show you also what I'm doing. So with these guys, I'm just chucking them into... Yeah, the impact of transfers is taken away if wildcard is pressed. That's right, it's Niels. It won't give you a massive minus, because as soon as you press the wildcard button, it clears that minus. So make it's a real like niche observation that people have found out, but it's a good thing definitely to do to make sure you avoid those. You can increase your prices more. Also, if any of your players are in the list of players that are going to go down in price, I would definitely try and transfer them out ASAP so you don't lose that 0.1 immediately. Would Sarr, Dorgu in this team. Dorgu, Neto. No Kudus. Wow. Thought he might have a chance of going up. Sarr. Ismaila Sarr. Yeah, so that's sort of a team that I would look to be building. Really like the players that you can obviously like mix and match around, like those other players that you've got potential in your team here that haven't got price rises coming up are those 4 spots. So I think if you can try and get a team based like this at the moment, that's what I would try and do. Obviously, try to only transfer out the players that haven't already picked up slight price rises in your team. Otherwise, you'll be wasting like a 0.1. And then potentially these guys might go up 0.2 over the international break. You got 2 weeks. So if they do, you can then just sell them and make 0.1 million for your team without actually having done anything. So a good time to use your wildcard over the international break because of this. So definitely something to have a look at. So this is probably once the game becomes live again. So I don't know, maybe half an hour or something when the game comes back to life. I'm going to start locking in these transfers on my actual team and making them now. So that tomorrow morning when I wake up, hopefully I'll get the price rises. And then as the games go on through the night, more people will be looking to come in. So yeah. And then don't press that wildcard button until, the night before. But remember to press it eventually. Okay, so then the final thing, guys, is just maybe running through one more time the game day squad stuff. If anybody is interested in joining, you can win a bunch of prizes. Every week they give away these prizes. It's basically the same rules as FPL. Pretty much the same thing. Thanks for showing the dark arts. Yeah, that's right. Those are the dark arts of FPL, actually. So yeah, really interesting just to think about those ones. Abdullah, you missed the deadline. I hope you change your team though, mate. I hope you change your team. If you like the players in your team who are dropping, you can sell them before and then you can get them back for 0.1 million less. Yeah, that's right. So maybe if I just show, the droppers as well. Can you guys see these? I'll try and just get rid of me from the screen. These are all the guys that are dropping as well. So if you have any of these guys, Harry Wilson, like probably quite a lot of you guys might have. Gvardiol, even Lewis Hall, Strand Larsen, Fulkrug, Gordon, Sesko, Welbeck, any of those guys, I recommend getting out of your team now if you're on a wild card. And then you can always buy them back in afterwards, like Strand Larsen. Maybe you want to buy back in a little bit later if he moves club. So, definitely some things to consider. What were the leaks were fake news, I believe. I think the leaks were fake news. It was like Elanga and Barnes are not starting, that sort of dodginess. All I've got is Strand Larsen not playing. It's my leak. Will you lose the built-up free transfers though? No, you won't. So once you've played your wild card, none of those free transfers are taken into account. They all stay as free transfers. So if you have 2 free transfers before the game week starts, you then will still have them afterwards. J. Pedro captain, am I cooked? No, definitely not cooked. 15-pointer last week. So on this game day squad, these are the prizes that you can win. Sign up with my promo code, as you can see on the right there, and you get some extra packs. The point scoring is basically the same as FPL. So you don't really need to learn much new stuff. There's a few additional stuff on the right here that you can see. Yes, so you won't gain an additional transfer, but that's just the case of when you use your wild card. So say I have 2 free transfers now. I make a bunch of transfers during the week. I then hit my wild card. The next week, I'll still have 2 free transfers. You don't gain an additional one. Whenever you play a chip, like a free hit or a wild card, you don't gain that additional transfer. So yeah, these are the other point scoring. You basically get player cards. You select a team in a 4-3-3 formation and 4 bench players. The bench players also count towards your points for game day squad. Any FPL news that you missed? Just that Strand Larson out for Wolves. And then just log in each week, submit a team, and you get additional packs as well every time you log in. Every week you log in. Use my promo code for even more packs. And that should help you guys out. If you do want to see my team for this game day squad this week, I can show you what my team is looking like. And you can even see Nils winning the last week round 2. Is this done? Hang on. FPL Nils, there he was, the champion last week on this game. So you definitely can sign up this week and win immediately next week. It is possible. I think in one of the other leagues last week, I came 14th. I think number 4 is also somebody signed up from me. So definitely a chance to win some money through this game. And the other way that it works. How can I... Can also maybe show you guys how the packs work here as well. So I can give out some packs to you guys if you're interested, some additional packs if you sign up. Anybody who's new that signs up today, let me know and I can do that. I'll open up. So I've got a few promo codes that the guys sent me that we can open up. See if we get anyone decent. Gouchy, that was a late. Brozier, terrible pack. Terrible. Let's have a look at some of these starter packs and see if we get anyone decent. Dwight McNeil, lovely. And this is what my team is currently looking like. So if I pull out... Sells in goal. Gone big on the Chelsea backline with Chalobah and Tosin, Milenkovic, Tarkowski, Pedro Porro. Quite similar to my actual fantasy team. Got Tavernier in there in the midfield with Kudus and Bumo and Grealish. Haaland up front with Ekatike, Johnson and Dango. The one thing that I would say is that the positions are a little bit different. A lot of the midfielders are classified as forwards. So everyone scores points, like all of your starting 11 plus the bench. And then like the emergencies are what the fantasy reserves are. Cody, you forgot to make your transfers. As in for game day squad. So for game day squad, you can still make your transfers. The deadline doesn't close until the first. I think it's until the first game. So you can still make your changes now for 1 hour and 11 minutes until the game kicks off on game day squad, which is why I always show you after the deadline. Oh, for FPL, same Chelsea system. JP in the 10. Has that come out now? The teams. I will have a look on Twitter. Yeah, I'd imagine JP in the 10 to lap up top. Yeah. How do you play that game? I just signed up. Yeah, so you basically put in... So open your packs that you would have got. I think if you put in my promo code, you'd have got some additional packs. And then you just put in players. So here you can like swap out. I recommend just like open all packs. And then you can just swap out for whatever players that you want. And the way the points are scored are basically the same way as pretty much the same way as FPL. There's a couple of additional. Referee, you love your family. I do, yeah. Yeah, I thought the Larson news was interesting. I sort of figured that. There's potential for him to be moving. But yeah, the points are very similar to FPL. So in terms of that, I wouldn't worry too much about it. I'd look to pick the same sort of teams that you pick for FPL, and then in terms of how you select the players, you would just click them into the different spots available. There'll be a plus sign, and then it will show all of the players that you have available. Sorry, presenter. Okay, I bye. Who Derek? Is this Derek or like a new Derek that's joined the chat? I don't know. Yeah, I do love my family, man. That's cool. Glad you let them know. They might even watch the stream sometimes. And then you can have the different rarity of players here as well. So you can select like if the higher level of rarity that your players are, they get like a slight bonus to the points. What are the packs for? So the packs are where you pick up these players, and then that's how you have the players to select your team. Yeah, that's right. So you'll have much more packs than me. And if you have just joined, then I'll flick you through. Let me flick you through a couple of additional packs, Luca, on Twitter as well. Maybe you'll get someone decent from them. You can put in these codes. Who did I captain this week? I captained Haaland. I was considering Wood, but I went Haaland. I got tons of codes for you here, Luca. You're going to be swarming in players. I'll send you like 10 codes. Still having trouble getting my original team. It's set up a new account for me in game day. The guy said that they had replied you. I messaged the dev. He said that there was multiple accounts with the same credentials helping them get access to the original one. I'm not sure. I think the rest you'll have to solve with them, Nils. I don't know if I can help more than that. So once you get these players, when you go into competitions, and what I recommend for this game is that you put your strongest team in contender until you get a few more players, and then you can put it in classic. Because contender is like, if you look at the prizes that you can win, and I'll show you. If you look at the prizes that you can win, like contender, you can win $100. Classic, you can win 125, 10, 5. Challenger, 250, 75, 25. Whereas like starter, you just win players to improve your team. So try and put your best team in contender, in my opinion, is what I would do. And then once you get a few more players, then you can start putting them into classic. Then once you get a few more players through that, then maybe you can transition into challenger. But the good thing is these are all weekly prizes. So every week you have a chance to win, and you could just maybe say like this week I think Burnley are going to bang up Man United, pick 4 Burnley defenders, and then suddenly you're probably beating everybody in the game. So it's really like if you've got some differentials like similar to like if you like to bet on stuff, like this is quite good. Could have told me that last week. What do you mean you won last week, Niels? Oh, yeah, you won the other one. Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry. In the starter competition, you can only put bronze players. Yeah, I think that's right. So if you click and if you go to the comp and you click on this button here, it will say what the rules are. So you can start as just bronze only. Contender, you can do bronze to gold. Classic, you can have all-star rarity players, and then these are the two where I don't even really have any cards for those yet. So, yeah, I sort of focused on contender and classic at the moment and a little bit on starter. Morrow, what's up, bro? How are you? Good to see you back. Does Ramsdale start over Nick Pope now? Don't think so, mate. If he does, wild. But I've got Pickford on my bench. What's happening, Morrow? What's been going on? Derek, you're the original Derek? I don't know what's going on. You need a good week this week, Rico. Did you went for the you went for the free hit, right? Yeah, so all of these bench players will score points as well, just FYI. And the emergencies are like your FPL bench. Look at Fulham team. In star competition, look at Fulham team. All right, let me check out the Fulham team. Oh, no. Yeah, Chelsea team is Esteval starts, Caicedo, Enzo, Gusto, Chalobah, Tosin, Cucurella. Pedro at the 10, yeah. That's what I thought the team would be. Claims Atara as it is for Bournemouth for me. Will it still give him... It claims Atara is for Bournemouth for me. Will it still give him points for Brentford? Yeah, it'll still give him points for Brentford. Yeah, they don't update the cards the same way that FPL do. I capped Reindeers with Cherky out. I think he can do some damage, or am I cooked? You're cooked. What's my prediction for Arsenal-Liverpool? I think Arsenal are going to win. I think Arsenal win 2-0 or 2-1. I don't like to predict it, but I think it'd be a bit of a tetchy game. I think Arsenal win 2-0, 2-1. 2-1 Liverpool day long. Let me win my 7k, please. I hope Liverpool win, man. Why am I not seeing this Fulham team anywhere? Oh, there it is. Leno, Castagna, Tete, Anderson, Bassi, Burge, Lukic, Iwobi, King, here. No Harry Wilson again. Sessegnon starts on the left. So is Iwobi starting on the right wing then? Iwobi on the right, Sessegnon on the left? Or is Castagna starting on the right wing again? Maybe Castagna starts on the right wing. But then who starts at right back? Because no Robinson's on the bench as well. Iwobi, I think Iwobi's on the right wing. Iwobi on the right, Sessegnon on the left, King in the 10, Lukic and Burge holding as usual. Castagna right back. That's interesting. I wonder why they've done that. Do you think that's because Cucurella pushes so high, they want to try and counter that? If a Leeds United dreams of beating Newcastle, you can't be saying downbeat about your team. I can't predict that. Liverpool and put Arteta. Look, I can predict it and support a completely different thing. I just think Arsenal, they're hard to. I hope Liverpool win. You haven't won at Anfield for like 12 plus years. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't know what this Mark Gui business was. But I mean, yeah, I don't. I would definitely have had Josh King if I knew. But I mean, yeah, if you were restructuring your team, I would probably restructure it to have 3 strikers and Josh King. Fulham are like they think their team, they like all of their fans think their team are so shit. Like it's actually mental. Oh my god. Is Langer out of the starting 11? No, I don't think so, man. There were some dodgy leaks, but I don't believe it. I think Langer will start. I don't think people knew the team used this far in advance. Ekatike still quiet and prove they don't need Isak. I don't think Liverpool should sign Isak. Honestly, I don't think we should sign Isak. I know that sounds crazy. Imagine they're both benched. Who? Elanga and Barnes. Yeah, that would kind of be wild. Hey, maybe I should have taken that into consideration in my team. I could have just played Ndoye. Almost feel like maybe I should have done. Just in case he was benched. That'd be really annoying. Stop getting my hopes about Lucas using more players. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, they'll probably play, mate. They'll probably play. Yeah, anyone else that signed up to game day that wants some pack codes for the teams? If so, let me know and I can chuck them your way now. Otherwise, unless this. I thought the game might come back at 8:30, but it hasn't. Sort of considering potentially packing up the stream soon. Otherwise. Let's open these packs. See if we get anyone good. Will Hughes, injured. That's all right. Decent. Gold. Oh, Kinski. Take that starting role off Vicario, mate. Hey, Chalobah. That's a nice one. All right. Well, if you do want some additional packs for game day, Rob, just making sure you only need my number right for WhatsApp group. Yeah. And then I'll just need like a Gmail address for you to add you to the API. So I basically share a Google Drive, not Google Drive, but I just share like a Google Doc for the API spreadsheet, like this one that has all of the data. If you can send me that as well, That would be helpful. But yeah, for just the WhatsApp number for the WhatsApp group. Yeah, Bryce, same for you as well, mate. If you can send me also like a Gmail for this stuff, because then you can have this with. So this basically this is linked to the official FPL site. So you guys can probably see me do it live. So as soon as the new data comes in for like a new like any match that's come into FPL, I just basically hit refresh here and it will just load all the data through to this spreadsheet. Done. Like all of the latest data that sits on the FPL website pulls through into my spreadsheet and will pull through into all the tabs with all the data on all the different players. And I've got like all the forwards by price points as like a cheap, mid, expensive. Same for the midfielders, like expensive, mid, cheap. And then I've got a bunch of data on the defenders, cheap, mid, expensive. At the moment, the FPL API is not showing the defensive contributions number. So I've modeled out like this formula, like expected DEFCON points for the season on the assumption that every defender plays 36 games based off last year's numbers. So, look, they're not a million times accurate, but they are a good, they're a pretty good estimate, and they're like roughly in line with last season's what FPL put out, but normalized for everyone playing 36 games. So yeah, obviously take that into consideration that they're not updated for this season, and they're just a model, but I think they're pretty close or like quite accurate. I would say like 85% of where everyone was last season. So yeah, obviously this year there's a little bit of tweaks and stuff, but I'll give you guys access to this so you can look at everything. I will try my best to hit refresh daily after every game and load it. Yeah, so unless I'm on the piss one night, I'll make sure I do that. What do you mean except for Maria? Except for Maria. Not getting DEFCON this season. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, that's... Yeah, I mean, this is last season stuff, right? But, yeah, Maria this season hasn't hit him so far. But I think what's interesting to think about DEFCON this year, and something that I'm going to try and look at after this week, is what teams that people have scored DEFCON against and what teams that they haven't. And then I think that gives you a little bit more idea. Because I would say, like, yes, teams like Everton and Nottingham Forest, you expect to pick up DEFCON because they have low possession and they play quite direct, so the teams come back at them with a lot of possession. But I think also teams like potentially like Leeds, who I think the structure of their team set up really nicely to be a good counter-attacking side with the pace they have in it, mean that they might have lower possession, might be able to score goals, but defensively, they might pick up quite a few DEFCON points. I have a feeling that Rodon and potentially Bijo, if he starts alongside him, might pick up quite a few at the back. Weirdly, Nottingham Forest have had a little bit more possession in their first two games, so maybe it's the teams that they're playing against. But I think we'll start to see a bit more of a pattern as the season goes on and be able to identify the DEFCON guys. For me at the moment, I'm going Lacroix as my pick for this season, as who I think will be really good. And then, yeah, we'll see. How do you set the team for that game? For game day squad? Let me show you. So to set the team, you click on competitions on the left here. And then on this side, you can hit competitions. And it'll pop up with all the ones you go for. Start with contender. And so if you click on that. I don't know why it's being weird. If you click on that, it'll bring this up. and then you just click on each of these slots, and it will pull up all of the players that you have available. You can search for a team, you can search for a player name in your cards, or you can search for a rarity level, like who have I got as a gold player, etc. And then you just hit the tick, and then they come into your team here. And then Luke, if you flick me a DM if you want some extra packs. Again, like you can win, like it's way like in terms of winning money for a free game. I think the prizes are really good. Like I think the fact that every week you have the ability to win like $250. I mean, realistically, the first few weeks, $100. No, you can just put all your best players in contender. You don't have to start with the starter comp. You can just put like, if you want to try and win the starter comp as well, like then just put like all your second best team as starter. So for me, like I would say my best team is probably like contender. And then if you look at my starter team, I don't have like the Haalands and the Ekatikes, etc. I have like, I don't think Arsenal v Liverpool is going to be a fantastic game, but I've gone for like a little bit of a different team. Like I'd be like, okay, maybe Arsenal Liverpool ends up 0-0, something like that. Yeah, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please do. Yeah, put the best team in contender, I would say, and then just put all your other players that you have in starter, and then work from there. And if you want some more players and stuff, just hit me up during the week. I can provide some additional codes and some packs as well. But yeah, I think it's honestly it's quite a good game. Like very similar to FPL, so easy to play. And the fact that you can win these prizes every week, for me, is like I've never got this chance in FPL. And there's not that many players that play at the moment. Like it's quite new, developed by an Aussie guy. So yeah, I mean, like I said, Neil's won last week, number 1. And I finished like 13th, 14th in this contender last week. So definitely plenty of chances to win. Yeah. So what else? Is there anything else for me to discuss with you guys? Yeah, no, I think unless you guys have got any more questions on stuff, or actually, unless the game is working, is the FPL game back and we can make the wildcard transfers? Oh, it is. We're back. All right. Let's do this live. So this is currently my team. Very annoying. I've lost a lot of value. I think. What's the team value at the moment? Where would I see team value? Team value 99.9. Yeah, so it's tough. The Saka and Palmer have been, and Areola lost a bit of value there, but they're all going to have to come out. And then, as we were talking about on the price predictors and who we think is going to increase in value and decrease in value this week, Harry Wilson, that we think is going to go down, so we get rid of him. Well, it's already gone down. Everyone's dropped. It's been crazy this week. All my players dropping. And then we bring in the players that we think are going to rise in price. So Chris Wood, Bumo, Dorgu. Oh no, we don't have any defender spots at the moment. Neto. And Doi. Cullen. Am I going to wildcard in game week 4? Yeah, I'm going to wildcard in game week 4. So what we were talking about before is make the transfers now. I'm going to have to get rid of some Nottingham Forest players. They've got too many. So for now, I'll just get rid of Mario so I can bring in cash. Yeah, so what we're talking about is make those transfers now. He has 99.5. Yeah, not ideal. Cross, you're late, mate. That's all right, buddy. Did you miss the deadline though? How's things going, man? How was your week last week? Yeah, I'm just doing the game week 4 wildcard early. Like, I'm making the transfers for the guys that I think are going to go up in price per live FPL. Vicario, goal. Diouf, I really would like to get rid of anyway. Lewis is so weird that he's going up. I'm going to put Shalabar in there because I actually might want Shalabar as a player. Vicario, Wood and Bumo, Dog, Ghetto. Raya for Verbruggen. Raya's a wild one. And what else? Lewis. I don't really want to bring Lewis in. I'll just do Nico Williams for Lewis. All right, so technically that's going to cost me 32. If you see, if I zoom out, would it show you? No. But it would cost me 32 points. So when I hit make transfers, you going with no? So this is just for price rises. So what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm making these like 10 transfers so that during this game week 4, this is for game week 4 now. So over that international break, I'll have a chance these guys might go up by 0.2. So as I said on live FPL on the predictors, these are all the players that are predicted to go up tonight. So if they go up 0.1 tonight and they have a good performance this week, for example, they might end up going up 0.2 over the game, over the like double game week for international. Yeah, it has updated the game week now. Oh. Yeah, that is weird. Anyway, I'm sure this is for game week 4. Because I already played my free hit in game week 3. So yeah, I'm going to be wildcarding game week 4. So I'm trying to make these early moves to get the price changes. I don't really want to refresh, mate. Because then I have to re-put in all these players. I think I'll just leave it like this. It's fine. They're gonna do me dirty. Yeah, so I will change this team. Like, this is not going to be my wildcard team. But then, like, what you guys should also remember is when you make these transfers, don't actually hit the wildcard button yet, because these will now count as players that have been transferred during the week. Whereas this is the sort of FPL dark arts. If you like don't click the wildcard button now, they count towards price rises. If you click the wildcard button, then your transfers won't count towards the price rises of these players. Benefits of Game Week 4 wildcard other than catching the value rises. It was my plan from the beginning of the season. I had first 2 game weeks, had like Saka and Gyökeres, had some Arsenal players for the good fixtures. I planned to free hit in 3, which I've done because I liked like the Man United v Burnley fixtures, and Liverpool played against Arsenal, which I didn't like having the guys from both of those teams. And then wildcard 4, it was post the transfer window, so you've seen when like who's moved to all the teams, and then also post international break, so you can get some price rises and also more news from injuries, etc. post that break. So that's why I am wildcarding in 4. Yeah, it was always sort of planned from the beginning. So yeah, I'm going to make those transfers and I'm going to confirm. And if I show you by getting rid of these things from the screen, maybe I just, oops. How do I... Seems like they don't want me to show you that, but I can try and find another way of doing it. Yeah, here you go. So you can see here it's costing 32 points. I'm going to hit that. Don't click, if you don't click the wild card now, all your transfers will count towards price rises, and you can click wild card at a later date and it won't cost you the transfers. So I hit this. I will confirm minus 32 point hit. And that didn't work. That's great. So let me make those transfers again. Why did that not work? Is it a certain amount of transfers that you can't make? I think that actually is a thing. Maybe I'll do like 7 and then we'll add in some more afterwards. So apologies. I'm making wildcard transfers, Rico, for the price changes. So these are the expected price changes tomorrow. So I'm going to transfer in all the people that might go up on the off chance that they go up by 0.2 mil over the next 2 weeks. And then I can just gain 1.1 million for my team immediately. So I'm putting all of these guys in now. So I've got it on my other screen. But this is something important to note if you didn't know this before. That this is something that you should generally do on a wild card. Make all these early transfers to get your price rises. And then not click the wild card button so it counts. Too many players selected from Nottingham Forest. Oh, yeah, they did this last time. So you just leave Watkins for now. I'll just make those transfers. It'll be minus 16. These transfers will be acted for game week 3. What is wrong with this fucking thing? This is not game week 3. We want game week 4. Anyway, maybe we won't do this because FPL is a bit of a retarded at the moment. Oh, here we go. Now it says game week 4. What is wrong with them? Had no idea this was a thing. Yeah. Imagine none of them increase. Yeah, I mean, if none of them increase, it's fine. I'm going to just change them for the players that I want. So it's not really a big deal. It's just on the off chance that they do. Then yeah, later, like towards the back end, as soon as I see any of the players that I actually want looking like they're going to increase in price, these guys are going to get straight out of my team for the players that I actually want. Because yeah, I definitely don't want to be in a situation where that happens. So let me just slowly get through this. There we go. Deducted 8 points. Then we'll do the rest of the transfers as well. Yeah, that's right, FPL. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Vicario and Raya. Chalobah. Lewis. And Cash. And we're getting Wood as well now. I think that's everyone that we had on this list. So the price changes list is here. You can see these are the guys that we're looking for. So I think we've now got in Ndoye, Cash, Lewis, Chalobah, Raya, Vicario, Wood, and Mbumo, Dorgu, Cullen, Neto. And they're expected to, in the next price change is in 14 hours. They're expected to go up in price. Also, Wilson was going to decrease as well, so it was good to get him out of my side before the decreases. So definitely getting those guys that are decreasing out of your side before then is important. Yeah, so these are the guys at the moment. If I maybe zoom in a bit, you might be able to see a bit better. So this is who's expected to, likely to, and then likely to drop as well on the left here. So if I zoom out a little bit, feel free to take a screenshot of that. But it's just live FPL, live.fpl. If you go onto that website, free website, livefpl.net. I'll put the link in the chat. That's what it is. So yeah, I'm going to wildcard all these guys in. And this is like a 32-point hit for me. It's another 24 points on top of the 8 points that you guys just saw a minute ago. So then what's important to remember, as I said, do not click the wildcard button yet. Only click that just before the end of the week, because you then get your transfers will now count towards price rises for your players. When you click that wildcard button, it will cancel out that minus 32 that I've taken, and it'll just be a wildcard for the week. So yeah, no need to click the wildcard button until the end of the week. Graham, afternoon, mate. What's going on? So yeah, obviously my team looks a bit weird at the moment, but it will normalize when I put my actual players in there. So I'll have a look tomorrow before the price rises to go in. I've got a bit of a draft wildcard team that I've already set up for game week 4. So if anybody's interested in what I did have a draft wildcard team. Oh no. I lost my draft wildcard team. Oh dear. Because I was putting in all these players to show you guys earlier. That's right. Well, I guess I won't show you what my draft wildcard team is for game week 4 anyway. But I will be working on that in the week, and I'll put out a video with what I think. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense to you guys. And the guys on the side of the team on game day squad are the bench. They also count to points. Shivam, thanks for sticking around for the whole stream, mate. Really appreciate it. It's great having you in. And next week, stick your team in the chat so we can do a team review for you. Graham, thanks for joining. I know a little bit late, but better late than never. And yeah, I mean, last plug maybe for this game day squad. It's also like, I think it's a really cool fantasy football game. You can obviously win great prizes from it as well. So sign up, use my promo code for more chances to win. Lots of great weekly prizes. You can see here, win up to $250 a week. And yeah, great to have some newbies in the stream today. Shivam, thanks so much for joining. Really appreciate it. Good to have all the old heads in. Graham, Paul, Brycey, Rico. What I am going to do now is for anyone that's still here, I will do a giveaway. Any members in the chat, I'm going to do a giveaway. Let's do... What was that site? Spin the wheel. Spin the wheel site, isn't it? Wheel of names. So if you are in the chat now and you want to participate in this giveaway, please type W in the chat and I will add your name to the first giveaway. And in the meantime, I will also do a giveaway to one of my members. I'm going to just do $10. I think that's roughly what I've made this week. So we'll give that back out to one of our members this week. Let me just put all their names in here, and I'll spin the wheel of fortune. If A-Man wins, I'll be very disappointed. I have to give him money. Very disappointed. Anyone else? No problem. Also, if Rico's still in the chat, I'll be very disappointed if I have to give him money as well. I'm not happy about that. Okay, let me pull up a screen. A screen with the wheel of names. That's not a very good screen. Let me pull up a better screen with the wheel of names so you can actually see. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. I missed a subsequent message. 1 out of 1 record, yeah. All right, so this first one is going to be $10 to one of my members. This is the list now. I think we have 19 plus. Sorry, we had 2 joiners today. Who were the 2 joiners today? Robert and Llewellyn. And then I'll do a second giveaway with you guys that have put the W's in the chat. Llewellyn/Unk. All right, so 21 members now, guys. That's awesome. Thank you guys so much for your support so far. And like I said, I'd like to give back to all the members in the chat with basically hopefully I can do $10 for whenever I make them from these videos. So let's spin the wheel. I don't know why there's a couple of blanks. Isaac, woo, congratulations, mate. That is a dub for you. I'll take the screenshot for him. I know he's not here at the moment, but I'll let him know on the group chat. One of the elite members. I think actually won my giveaway at the end of last year as well, Isaac. Good job, mate. Well done. And then now I'll just do from this chat. Spin the wheel, decided my captain. Paul, Bryce, Bernie, Abdullah, Amen. Don't want to give him any money. Rico, Shibam. MMA, you just missed the last one, mate. All right, so I think what I'll do for this is I'll give away a 10% discount code to my store. So if you haven't seen my store, I have a fourth wall English Aussie store, and on there we have a bunch of different cool merch. We have a bunch of hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, lots of different celebrations, iconic moments, various things throughout history, loads of different people. So if you're interested in anything from there, we got a few got a few additional like TEA if you want to support me. I got some hats and mugs for like my branding as well. FPL as a lifestyle shirts. So plenty of stuff to take a look at. Hoodies, t-shirts, mugs, caps at the moment. If there's other stuff that you're interested in seeing in the future, please let me know because I will put it in. My next cricket trip, I will be going in start of October. MMA. Luca. Damn it. Why not? All right, guys. Let's hit this. This is for the 10% off coupon for the site. The winner? Luca. My guy. Well done. Can I confirm that this is Luca and Luca? Or this is like a different person? Technically I'm an all-rounder. Luca, is this like the normal Luca that are there two Lucas in the chat, or is this like Luca just on a different account? Just so I know. Please tell me. Ange Postecoglou, yeah, okay. Same one then, yeah? Cool. All right, congrats, Luca. I'll flick you through a coupon code for that. And Isaac, I'll message on our group chat. What was the other question? Yeah, I mean, like, obviously, like, I should show this off, really, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's find. Hang on, while I'm busy working to show that off. Let me just put my thing on. Yeah, I bat like sort of middle order, 4, 5, 6, and I bowl off spin. So yeah, do a bit of both. So yeah, my next tour I will be. I'm probably in Spain. My store delivers globally. Yeah, it should be everywhere, Shivam. Yeah. If there's other, like, also, like, if you want customizable stuff with name and numbers, if you let me know, I can create it for you, and then I'll put it on the site for you. So if there's something specific that you're interested in, let me know. I can also build like if you want a certain celebration and stuff, I can do that. If you want it for your kids and stuff, also let me know. I don't have any kids stuff out there at the moment, but Neil's won a free t-shirt last week on stream, or game week 1, and I'm doing 2 kids t-shirts for him instead, for his kids. So if you do want stuff for your kids, also let me know, and I can make stuff for them. Yeah, but it should deliver globally. This just shipping may be a little bit expensive to some countries. Yeah, Paul's even got one in South Africa. So, yeah, definitely does ship. Paul's going to be my model. Baby merch. I can also do baby merch, actually. Hey, man, if you're interested, you just let me know what you're after. Yeah, and while I'm here, and you were talking about... I'm sure someone was talking about cricket, so... as people were talking about cricket, I thought I'd just pull up the T20 international batting averages at the moment. There's just this bloke at the top, number 1 in the world. That's right. That is right. Crick Info, number 1. Good bloke. You got a bit of Marcus Trescothick in here. Matty Hayden down there. Nobody's in comparison. Virat Kohli, who's that? He's down there. Terrible. None of them compare. Andrew Simons. That's not Rohit Sharma. Mohammad Rizwan. No one will compare to this bloke right at the top of the screen. Greatest cricketer in history of T20 eyes. Sorry, lads. I can't stop it. Anyway. What can't I do? Well, I mean, look, mate, once it gets to October, November, and I have another series, I'm going to drop down that list. So I've got to make the most of it for the next month. Yeah. Until then. Shreyas Iyer, mate, he's gone, man. I don't know. I'm interested to see. They didn't really give a good reason, did they? I thought he was a bit of a gun. I'm sort of surprised. He's a year younger than me. Strike rate 170. Yeah. So my next series, I think October. There's a bit of drama at the moment with European cricket. So there's an Indian new law in India. Shivam, maybe you've heard about it. There's a local law that's they're stopping live betting. And one of the main sponsors of European cricket is Dream 11, which is a fantasy sports / betting company. So at the moment, the European Cricket Network have lost a lot of their funding because that was one of their main sponsors. So if there is anybody that knows, if there is anybody that's a sponsor, wait, what is MMA? What a guy. Mate, what a brilliant bloke you are. Thank you so much for gifting those memberships. What an absolute legend. Edwin as well, one of the receivers. He's a top guy. Terry, I haven't seen him for a while. Thanks so much, man. I don't know what to say. Oh. MMA Shorts. Also, mate, what's your name? Because I've been calling you MMA for bloody too long. Can I thank a real name? Yes, Edwin, just gifted a membership. Abdi, that's right, Abdi. I've seen from your Game Week Live. Abdi, thank you so much, bro. One absolute hero. TEA is spilling over the world. Look, guys, I really appreciate the love in these streams and videos, and I appreciate you guys watching everything. It's been an awesome journey so far. I mean, I've been doing this for not even 1 year now. I think I started October last year when I was watching content creators and was like, what are these people talking about? Do they even know football? And then I've gone on a journey where I now have a lot of appreciation for the time that they put in to develop content, because it takes a lot of time to do the graphics and the videos and all of this stuff. The football knowledge for me personally is easy, but I would say the content creation is not so easy. So having you guys in this chat is really just fantastic, because this is the bit that I enjoy. Like the live streams, talking to people, discussing football, listening to your opinions. There's frequently you guys have convinced me to do other things. So, I mean, it is definitely a really great community. And thank you, Shivam. Appreciate that as well, man. But yeah, a really fantastic community. So thanks for joining and thanks for watching. And yeah, Abdi, thank you so much, man. I'm blown away. Paul, stop it, mate. Guys, stop it, honestly. You're going to have to end the stream. It's crazy. Edwin, seeing your channel grow is great. More important, stuck around for the laughs and top quality advice you always give us. So thanks, Adam. Thank you, mate. I mean, honestly, I'm here for the great banter. To be honest, the live stream. This is what I've done. How long has this been going on for? This live stream, must be 4 hours. Over 4 hours. When did I start? 4:30. Yeah, I've done 4.5 hours. It's crazy that I've done 4.5 hours. Actually, I should actually finish this stream now. But yeah, man, I really do appreciate this with you guys. You're awesome community. Hopefully I'll see a bunch of you next week, and maybe I'll see a bunch of these new members. I think a few of the names I recognise, a few maybe newcomers to the chat or newcomers today. So we're taking football tips from the best cricket batsman. Yeah, mate. You probably shouldn't listen. To be honest, I've got to say I probably know more about football than I do about cricket. I follow it a bit more closely. I just don't have the talent at playing football that I do at cricket. So yeah. I don't really know what else to say, guys. Honestly, like, thank you, and yeah, I hope you all have a good FPL week. Because if we start all doing shit FPL, then like, what am I doing? But yeah, I think like from what I saw FPL wise, I think I still stand by first 6 to 8 weeks, like lots of variance. Once you start getting sort of game week 12, 13, 14, I think by about 14, you got to be inside the top 1 mil. Ideally, if you can be inside the top 500-600k, that'd be great. But yeah, I think if you aim for inside top 1 mil by game week 14, 15, there's a great chance of you getting top 100k finish. Like I'm trying to get top 10k finish this season. I think that's my goal. Along with just growing this channel, because fuck, you guys are awesome. Honestly, awesome. Only problem is you gifted all these memberships that now loads of people are going to be in with winning the $10 giveaway, the next $10 giveaway. You're gonna have lots of competition, guys. Price rises after game week 8 isn't worth chasing. Information becomes way more important. Completely agree. Yeah, I think after that stage, that's when the template starts to emerge, because you start to understand tactical implications. And I think around like maybe game week 5, 6, maybe game week 6, I might start to do the tactical thoughts videos for midweek, where I talk through like the tactical setups of the different teams and like how things are working and why they're doing what they're doing. I know I did that last year and a few people liked it. It wasn't very popular as an overall video, but I think people that liked my channel really liked it. So although I didn't get a lot of views on a lot of those videos on YouTube, I think generally the people that followed the channel for those sort of insights enjoyed it. So I might try and do that sort of after game week 6, when we start to see some patterns and tactics emerge from the managers, and I can talk to you about setups and why things are looking like that. But yeah, I mean, I think guys, unless you guys have got anything more to discuss, I think we'll go and hate on João Pedro. That's right, Luca. 15 minutes till we start the Chelsea game, and just he falls over and gets injured, hopefully. Yeah, I think I'll wrap up, guys, and yeah, I hope you all have a great game week. Thanks for just generally being legends. I'll make sure to add those of you that are elite members to the WhatsApp group. Remember to just DM me your WhatsApp number and your Gmail account for the API Excel spreadsheet. Have a great week. I have been speaking for 4 hours, far too long. This has been your English Aussie. I'll catch you later, guys. You're all legends. See you later. Good luck this week.